substantive meeting of Bayside Council following our local government elections in December. I'm truly honoured to be elected as Mayor of Bayside Council and be here chairing tonight. For the community who are listening at home, one of our councillors is participating in the meeting remotely in order to follow COVID-19 principles around public gatherings. Members of the public that have registered to speak by audiovisual link on an agenda item are asked to keep your microphone muted and video off until invited to speak. Speakers will not be able to present material as part of their speaking time or share their screen. Everyone at this meeting is reminded to conduct themselves in a polite and professional manner, keep communication factual, use appropriate language and tone. Do not use any defamatory or derogatory remarks. Defamation laws apply to addresses in public forum. I also ask councillors to observe the requirements under the Code of Meeting Practice and meeting etiquette, including debate on an item will commence only once we have a mover and a seconder for the item other than a Merrill minute. The mover has a right of reply before the motion is put to a vote. Please raise your hand to indicate if you wish to speak, as I will determine the speaking order based on the hands as I see them. On commencement of you speaking on a motion or amendment, please indicate clearly whether you are speaking for or against the motion or amendment. You can speak for up to 5 minutes for or against a motion and similar for any amendment. For the efficient conduct of this meeting, it is not necessary for you to repeat matters you agree with and raised by any previous speaker. It is sufficient for you to say that you agree with the points raised. I also ask the councillor who is participating in the meeting remotely via Teams to please observe the following online meeting etiquette. Please mute your microphone while not speaking, have your camera turned on, use the hand icon from the top toolbar to indicate you wish to speak, announce your name when speaking, and ensure your microphone and camera are not picking up any background noise and visual distractions. So this is a first where we've got both councillors present and a councillor online. To ensure the meeting runs smoothly and the public clearly hear all your speakers, we will assist by muting your microphone should you forget to do so. I remind all present that the video recording is an official record of council and may be made available to persons upon request in accordance with the Government Information Public Access Act 2009. No other recordings are permitted. I now commence by acknowledging country. So Bayside Council respects the traditional custodians of the land, elders past and present, on which this meeting takes place tonight, and acknowledges the Gadigal and Bidjigal clans of the Sydney Basin. I now invite Reverend Colin Watts from St Stephen's Anglican Church at East Lakes to open the meeting in prayer. Please be upstanding.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'll lead us in prayer. O Lord God, through your Son Jesus, you have revealed your servant heart and taught us that greatness is expressed through the service of others. So I thank you for our council members who have offered themselves in the service of our local community and pray that you might bless them in their endeavours. Grant them wisdom in their decision-making, fruitfulness in their discussions, and may they work together in harmony for the common good of the people of Bayside. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Watts, for coming here tonight and saying our opening prayer. We now move to agenda item 3, which is attendance and apologies. Are there any apologies or councillors seeking a leave of absence? So I note that all councillors are present, with Councillor Douglas being online. Okay, would someone like to move and second? Move Councillor Nagy, second Councillor McDougall, that the apology, that it be received and noted. All those in favour? Against? I declare the motion carried. So we need to move to a procedural motion as we have one councillor wishing to participate via audio visual link due to COVID restrictions. So that requires us to move a procedural motion. I therefore move that the councillor in attendance at tonight's meeting by audiovisual link be permitted to do so on the basis of the current COVID restrictions. This seconded, Councillor Nagy. Yep, thank you, Councillor Saranovsky. So we can move and second those. Would the mover like to exercise your right of reply? No, thank you. We'll now vote on this item. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I declare the motion carried. We now move to item number 4, disclosures of interest. I would like to remind councillors at our induction session, you were asked, where possible, to please notify the General Manager in advance of the meeting of any disclosures of interest so we can support the minute taker and have them ready prepared on the screen. So any disclosures of interest must also be made at the meeting if not provided before. Do we have any disclosures of interest?
Madam Mayor, it's I previously declared 9.1, 5.1, which relates to the Boulevard car park. I previously declared that I went to a social function with former council. I previously went to a few months ago to a social function, and in attendance was the former councillor and his brother. So I'll be abstaining from voting on that item.
Thank you, Councillor Saranovsky. Any other disclosures? Okay, I have it. No other.
Sorry, Mr.
Oh, sorry,
Ms.
Councillor McDougall.
On the same item, that part of the report in item 9.1, I'd also like to declare I guess a non-pecuniary, non-significant conflict of interest, but I will leave the chamber. I live within sight of the subject car park, so I will be leaving the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall.
Madam Mayor, mine's not a significant interest. I just wanted to clarify. I was in attendance to a social event, and I'll exclude myself from the voting. So it's a less significant, non-pecuniary, but I'm still going to declare it for the record.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas?
Hello, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just sent these through to the GM's office. I only just got the advice on this today.
Excuse me, Councillor Douglas, could I just ask you to slow down and just speak a little bit closer so that we can make sure we hear you, please?
Okay, is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I've just sent these through to the GM's office now because I just got advice on these today. So for items 10.1, 10.3, 10.6, 10.9 and 10.10, I declare a non-pecuniary less than significant conflict of interest item on the basis of perception, as I am part of Peaceful Bayside that advocates for safer streets across the whole LGA, and I'll be in the room for the discussion and vote. And additionally, on item 10.5, I declare a non-pecuniary less than significant conflict of interest item on the basis of perception, as I currently work 4 days per week for a small non-government organisation called Australian Parents for Climate Action.
Councillor Douglas, could I just ask you to repeat those first ones, please? That was
10.1, 10.3,
oh,
10.6,
okay.
10.9.
That's fine. I can't see them because I can only see the speakers. So if they're on the screen, Councillor Douglas, that is fine. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Are there any other disclosures? Okay, thank you, councillors. That will be noted in the minutes. We now move to item agenda number 5, which is minutes of the previous meeting. So the first one is 5.1, which were the minutes of the council meeting on the 10th of November in 2021. So can I ask 2 councillors from the former term? So move Councillor Nagy, second Councillor Barlow. Is there any discussion? No? All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Declare the minutes confirmed. Now move to item 5.2. So these are the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting, which were held on the 5th of January 2022. Can I ask 2 councillors who are present at the meeting, Councillor Awada and Councillor Tsunis? Is there any discussion? All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it. I declare the minutes confirmed. I now move on to item 6 on the agenda, which are the Merrill minutes. So there are 3 Merrill minutes tonight. So the first Merrill minute is called the Key Resilience Projects and Initiatives. And I thought this was a really good opportunity, particularly as we have a number of new councillors. And in the last term of council, there was a lot of work done in relation to different initiatives that were occurring at council. So it's a very comprehensive report, and you can see that there's a number of programs which are delivering a range of environmental initiatives. So although it's not a complete list, it's certainly a snapshot of the types of great programs that are happening at Bayside Council to minimise a number of things such as energy use, improving tree canopy, and increasing the collection and reuse of recycled materials. So we've got, some of you may be aware of the awards as well that council received a couple of weeks ago in relation to waste. So there's some really good things happening here, and this certainly gives us a very good overview of different things. So I will take it as read, but a good opportunity, and I encourage the public who are listening as well to have a look at all the great things that are happening at Bayside. I move that the Merrill minute be adopted. Thank you, councillor. So that is there any discussion on the Merrill minute? Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to let you know, I'm supportive of your Merrill minute, and I want to commend officers on the work that has been undertaken and continues to be undertaken by council to address climate change. And I note that this work relates directly to the strategic direction of the We Are Prepared action outlined in theme 3 of the Community Strategic Plan, which is council's highest level plan on behalf of the community. I also note that a new community strategic plan is currently being prepared and that the community are being asked for their input. And I encourage all community to provide input on this plan, particularly in relation to these climate change actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen, and thank you for reminding the community too that we do have that consultation out at the moment, and encourage everyone to participate. And shortly we will be holding a consultation with ward councillors in each ward, so that community can come and contribute and share their ideas. All right, are there any other speakers?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for moving this Merrill minute. I think it's fantastic to look at all the work Bayside Council's doing. I'd just like to particularly highlight the work SSROC has done. Just a few years ago, we really didn't have a renewable energy plan, and by mid next year, council will be 100% renewable. So I think they're doing fantastic work. They represent about half the economic output of Sydney. and it's going to make a real difference, the work that they're doing, not just here, but across Sydney.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Yes, I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you. Councillor Tsounis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the end of the day, council's limited in what it can do, but what it is doing, it's fantastic. In the area of waste management, it's at the forefront of many, many other councils in Australia. In terms of being a good corporate citizen and using recyclables, renewables, and so on, I think we're at the forefront, and that's what the message we have to give as the council, to say this is how we do it, this is what needs to be done. In terms of improving the green space, fair enough, we can do that, but we've got to manage people throwing asbestos into the ground as well. So we've got both parallels. So we've got a lot of hard work to do, because the community, some are very good, some do not listen whatsoever. So it's a hard task for this council, and as are all councils and other government agencies. But we lead by example, and I think in the area of waste, we're doing fantastic work. In the area of the way we tender, we're doing fantastic work in looking for the best renewable, the best cutting edge option. And this is what the council's been doing the past few years, and it's fantastic. And I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Tsounis. Councillor Hannah.
I just had a thought which could be dangerous, but I'm just wondering how much of this is actually known by the residents. Now, I remember some years ago in the Bayside News, some councillor came up with a very good idea about a little thing called Did You Know? And I'm just wondering whether some of this stuff may be a good idea to actually put in that Did You Know, just to start to get it out there to the residents so that they understand what council is doing in these areas. I'm not suggesting you bombard them, but there's some interesting stuff there I'm sure they'd like to know about. And even in relation to what happens with the contents of the red bin, for example, there's still a lot of confusion out there about that. So all those sorts of things I think could possibly be sorted out, and there's a hell of a lot of information there that you might be able to draw on. So just a suggestion.
No, thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah, for that suggestion. I think you make a very good point, because council, we do so many wonderful things, and it is about letting people know. So thank you for that suggestion. Any other speakers? Okay, there being no further discussion, I put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I declare the motion carried. I now move on to a supplementary mayoral minute, which was emailed to councillors today. And this is in response to the smart camera trial being expanded. And some of you would have seen the recent media that that council has gained for really being ahead in smart technology in this particular area. So what this mayoral minute is about, the progress that's being made to combat hooning and antisocial behaviour in and around Brighton Le Sands particularly. So council began a serious anti-hooning campaign. It's been a focus for a number of years, but began a serious campaign last year following a number of representations from councillors and also our local member for Rockdale, Mr Steve Camper, on behalf of the community and constituents. And I do want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts and commitment of several councillors, our two former mayors, Councillor Saranowski and Councillor Awada, as well as Councillor McDougall, and in particular thank and acknowledge the former Deputy Mayor and former Councillor James McDonald for his advocacy over a long period of time, and former Councillor Vicky Poulos. So it's important that councillors are aware, and particularly new councillors as returning councillors would know that former Councillor James McDonald introduced several notices of motion over a period of time on this subject, and both former councillors spoke passionately in this chamber on behalf of their local community, as did Councillor McDougall. So on behalf of the community, I want to thank, and I know this is a very challenging topic, and and I acknowledge the community that are impacted. But on behalf of the community, I'd also like to thank the member for Rockdale, Mr. Steve Camper, and the local area police command for their support and assistance, because this doesn't happen unless people work together in order to achieve the outcome. So just to, for the purposes of council and those people listening, that council recently installed 7 multi-directional cameras on Grand Parade, Bay Street and Trafalgar Street, Brighton Sands, following the success of this smart technology being trialled in Vanston Parade, to identify and bring to justice those responsible for hooning and antisocial behaviours. So the technology has actually been recognised as a world first, and Bayside Council is at the forefront of using this technology to combat antisocial behaviour. So Council, I won't read the whole motion, but it's certainly, but just to highlight, so it's licence plate recognition, and which was particularly over the 2021 summer foreshore as part of that program. And with there's a lot of opportunity with the particular technology to expand it and increase the trials. So, and that's something that's important that council will continue to work with, and moving forward, while council continue to introduce additional measures to curb antisocial behaviour, the role of the state government is paramount in this. I'm therefore recommending that the member for Rockdale, Mr. Steve Camper, be asked to assume the leadership of the anti-hooning working party with representation from the community, council and all local state members and the police. So it is by working together that solutions are formed. And so I'm pleased to advise that Mr. Camper has confirmed his availability and commitment to taking on this challenge. I move that the Merrill Minute be adopted. Thank you.
I'll second also, Madam Mayor. If I can speak on this item, I congratulate you and the staff for an excellent report. But I need to also say a few words about former Councillor McDonald. You're right, he was the driving force of this whole smart camera, particularly down Vanston Parade. I must also acknowledge Bill Ashton and the residents of Vanston Parade for their commitment and ongoing information they supplied to the police and persistence on it. You're right, this is an opportunity where the council, police and the residents got together to try and solve an ongoing issue that we've got down in just around that area in Vanston Parade. But it's not just in Vanston Parade, it's unfortunately a number of spots around our city. So I just wanted, as I said, thank you for the Merrill Minute, acknowledge the fine work that Councillor McDonald, former Councillor McDonald and the other councillors that you've put in the report. Mr. Camper is our local member, is very committed. A few months ago he did a petition. It's in his office when Parliament sits. He will do a presentation and present it to Parliament in relation to antisocial behaviour right across our city. So once again, I want to thank you for the Merrill Minute and the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Saranovsky. Councillor Cedric.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too stand in support of your motion. I want to thank you for putting this forward. And similar to Councillor Saranovsky, I want to thank Councillor McDonald for his hard work in this. The General Manager, I know, has been part of this, plus the ward councillors, and in particular the residents. It looks like a lot of people are trying to claim credit for this. I think the previous council is the one that put this forward, and Councillor McDonald, and it's great that you've recognised that. And I want to thank the current councillors for pushing this forward, especially the Ward 5 councillors, Councillor Douglas and Councillor and McDougall and myself. Sorry. The key issue for me, Madam Mayor, is the working group, and I think this is a great initiative that you've brought forward. All councillors here, whether it be one thing or another, we all want to stop anti-hooning. We all want to stop the antisocial behaviour, and we're all claiming to try to do it. And I think if we have a united approach, I've received numerous phone calls from Ward 5 residents. I've been bombarded, different streets, similar issues. And I think we also need to take into consideration that, according to Councillor Savranovsky, this issue's been around from the 90s, and council has been working on this, and they've done a good job. And I think this is only going to really push forward the unified approach. So I think having a holistic approach using state, police and the community, whether it be traffic calming or cameras, the working group is a marvellous idea, and I'll wholeheartedly support it. And I want to thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Sedrak. Are there any other speakers?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be as brief as possible. I commend you for this mayoral minute. You have described it very well, and I too acknowledge the former councillor James McDonald's. He was one of the councillors on the forefront, calling for dealing with hooning, and hooning has been since I've been on council since 2004. We've had the worst week, and council, I commend the whole council and staff and former councillors and present councillors dealing with hooning throughout the process. I'll be honest, we won't be able to stop it 100%, but we could deal with it to make it as less as possible, and hopefully the working team that with Mr. Camper leading the way will bring further results and put more pressure on the state government, because it is a state government real issue, and having the police present, a lot of police present, hopefully that will alleviate some of the hooning issues there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naji. Do we have any other speakers? There being no, oh, sorry, Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing this motion to council and for your kind words. Obviously, this is something that that my former ward colleagues, Councillors Poulos and Councillor McDonald, fought hard on alongside me, and I'd like to acknowledge all their work, and particularly Councillor McDonald, who was very passionate about these LPR cameras, and I know is very pleased to see them being implemented across our city. I do think they will make a difference. I also think this is as we're on a new term of council and there's been some reset in the state government, it's time to renew our efforts to lobby the state to support us where we need them to end some of these problems. There's a new police minister, there's a new roads minister. We were told no again and again, unfortunately, where we needed help on things like speed cameras, on police presence, on all of these things. There are new people in those offices. And we need to try and get them on board again to solve some of these problems. But I commend the motion and thank you to all the councillors who have continued to support Bayside's efforts to try and combat hooning to the extent we can.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Are there any other speakers? There being no further discussion, I put the motion on the screen. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I declare the motion carried. I now move to an additional mayoral minute. This is a confidential mayoral minute because it relates to a potential land acquisition. So therefore it is proposed that the matter, including the confidential attachment mentioned in my mayoral minute, be considered in closed council meeting with the press and public excluded once all other items have been dealt with at the end of the meeting tonight. I move that council consider this report and the contents of the confidential attachment in closed council meeting after having dealt with all other items on the business paper with the press and public excluded for the reason noted above. All those in favour say, Sooners, Jan, Moved by Councillor Tunis, seconded by Councillor Jansen. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
Aye.
Declare it carried. All right, we will now move to the public forum. So members of the public who have applied to speak at the meeting will now be invited to address the meeting. So we have 12 speakers tonight, dealing with 7 items in total. The time limit for each speaker is based on how many speakers have registered for the item. So speakers are advised that a warning bell will sound when only 1 minute of speaking time remains. So speakers who are joining the meeting via the Teams app are to have their video off and microphone muted until I invite you to speak. Speakers will be removed from Teams once the item has concluded. You can then watch the remainder of the meeting on Bayside Council's YouTube page. For those speakers who are joining the meeting by phone, please use the asterisk button and the number 6 on your phone's keypad to mute and unmute your phone. If you registered a written submission, these have been provided to councillors prior to the meeting. Speakers are reminded to keep communication factual, polite and professional, and to use appropriate language and tone. Do not use any defamatory or derogatory remarks, as defamation laws apply to address in public forum. So depending on, as per our code of meeting, their residents, if there are 2 or less speakers, they will each have the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. If there are more than 2 speakers to the one item, they will have 3 minutes to speak, and I ask that each speaker avoid repeating what's already been said, but add any new information that they would like to draw to councillors' attention, please. The first item that we have for public speaking, it is item 5.2, which is the paid parking residential precinct of item 9.1. So it's part of the minutes of the Brighton Les Sands Working Party meeting, which met on the 20th of October 2021. So it is an item within 5.2. Sorry if any councillors. Is that all right? Oh, okay. So 5.2 is now. Yeah. Yep. All right. So we have 2 people registered to address the meeting. So I note that our Manager of Governance and Risk will phone each speaker, and I now invite Mr. El Haj, who is an affected resident, speaking against the officer recommendation. So councillors will just wait as Mr. El Haj. Mr. El Haj, are you there?
Yep, hello.
Yes, hello. Welcome to the meeting tonight. I now invite you to speak to the item.
Hello, can you hear me there?
If you could just get a little bit closer to your microphone and just speak slowly, please, so that all councillors can pick up what you're saying.
Sure. So just to clarify, is this a 3-minute or a 5-minute time frame they'll have?
Sorry. Oh, sorry. So
you can't hear me?
Sorry, no, I can't hear you very well from up here. So there are 2 speakers to this item, so therefore fantastic. You will have 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm aware that for this particular item, constituents have put forward to their councillors concerns over parking and, people who have been parking permanently in the area and the need to have a rotation of cars. And so the introduction of paid parking is perhaps one solution that's being considered. And my thoughts on that is, whilst I agree with the need for addressing this issue, I wonder if it can be addressed whilst also factoring in the cost that will come to residents within Bayside and also to the general public. I'm aware, I think that I was told license plate readers may be installed. I wonder how many of those might be considered, the cost involved for each of those, for each of the parking bays. And if I were to think of the people who may be parking permanently in certain areas, would they not just go and park on the Grand Parade and park permanently on there where there will be no time parking? So then I think to myself, well, is it possible to explore just timed parking, like Maroubra does, 4-hour free parking or perhaps something less? I sometimes after work, I live within walking distance of the beach, but if I sometimes after work want to go past for a drive, stop for a coffee and maybe meet a friend or go to the beach, and it's going to cost me $2.50 for an hour, for example. I know these are just thoughts and this is just an initial stage, but these are thoughts that I don't know the answers to. And for a family that's coming on the weekend, $2.50 an hour, for example, if they come for a 4-hour visit, it's $10. Seems minuscule, but when we look at, something similar, not quite the same, in 2011, when Barry O'Farrell scrapped the, former Premier Barry O'Farrell scrapped the admission fees for Mount Anna Botanical Gardens, there was a massive increase in visitors to the park. I was a resident of Campbelltown for my lifetime at that point, and my family of a very low socioeconomic background never visited that park, except for on one occasion where I went through a school event. So I wonder who would be excluded from visiting our beaches. Maybe not. These are just my thoughts at the moment. And I think, well, we have some time parking around some shop fronts. I'm not sure if it's being policed, but there is time parking there. If you go down towards Brighton front shop front, you've got half an hour parking, quarter-hour parking. Does introducing the paid parking mean those people who are parking there will park just further up in the other residential streets? And if the issue to be addressed, and I am ignorant of the of the full back history of this, so I will admit that. But if the issue to be addressed is this, these cars that are parking for long term or permanently, perhaps just introducing time parking might be the solution. And then there's the issue of a ranger, perhaps. And would we need to hire a ranger? Well, if we did have just automatic license plate readers like in Miranda Westfield, those often, well, usually they need someone to be operating in case they go faulty, which they do sometimes when it rains. So there's these thoughts and matters, and I wonder that money, where is it coming from to purchase these possible license plate readers, if that is to be considered? And then the revenue from the parking, where will it go towards? Is it going to go towards new soccer fields, or is it going to go towards maintenance, lifesavers? I'm just throwing these thoughts out there. We don't know, and I wonder if council can, perhaps highlight where the thoughts are, what the thoughts are. But my main concern is just access. This is a relatively historical site for Australia. It's in the community somewhere Bayside residents go to with their families. Not all are within walking distance, and I don't think they should foot a bill. I do agree that the issue should be addressed. I wonder if there could be other considerations like time parking that is policed, or time parking for 2 hours that's free and then perhaps paid thereafter. Parking permits for residents should definitely be an option, something that councils around Sydney have been doing for yonks. So it's just about equitable access that is a concern for me, and just something I'd like to keep the council to factor in their planning of implementation, that I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. One, we can address the issue, and two, not necessarily come at a cost to everyone, including many of them who are Bayside residents. And I don't know what the data is on who visits our beaches most. Is it Bayside residents or is it not? I don't have that data, and I wonder if council does. But they shouldn't be, residents should not be footing a second de facto tax, perhaps, in the form of paying a parking needed parking requirement on top of their rates. These are just my thoughts. I know that council's got a lot of other things that they're factoring in. So I hope that will be taken into consideration. And, when I mentioned Barry O'Farrell, it's something that stuck from his era, and it's limited. of what benefit I can say he has given to the New South Wales state, in my opinion. But it will stick. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. El-Haj.
You're welcome.
We appreciate you coming and sharing your concerns tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. Bye-bye.
I now invite Mrs. Berhardian, who's an affected resident who is speaking against the officer recommendation.
Hello, you've called Fico Bihardin. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess, shall we defer or? Okay. Well, or we might just try once more, please. And if not, we'll move on.
Hello.
Yes, Mrs. Berhardian.
Yes.
We can hear you. Thank you. So you are here tonight speaking to the matter about the paid parking. And so I invite you. So I now invite you to speak to the councillors.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Fico Bihardin. I live in Ramsgate Road in Ramsgate. I work from home usually, but over the last few years, I've been taking care of my mum. She's 95 years old, and it's been quite a challenge these last few years, as you can imagine. I try to get out whenever I can with her by taking her down to the beach. Obviously, I can walk, but because of her age and her limited mobility, I drive down, park along the foreshore, and it could be at any of the car parks. And we transfer into the wheelchair and we go for a walk. I was very concerned that council is considering making it paid parking. That would certainly deter us from doing it as often as we can. And, you know, it's important for us to get out. So I'm just deeply concerned that there'd be paid parking. We also arranged to meet other people and other elderly people and try and get together that way. And I don't think they would be able to do that if there was paid parking. So that would certainly prohibit us, and I think it might prohibit some other people too. And I think parking should be free and available to everyone. Sorry, in terms of particularly residents, but I also think visitors. There are a lot of visitors from other suburbs who come here, and they clearly enjoy the foreshore. And I just think the well-being of people, especially through these challenging times, is so important if they're enjoying the foreshore and getting out and about and getting fresh air. And I hope that it doesn't get up, and so I'm essentially opposing paid parking on the foreshore.
Thank you, Mrs. Berhardian, for joining us tonight and sharing your concerns.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Good night.
Good night.
As there are no more speakers on this item, we will now deal with the item. There is an officer's recommendation before us. Is there a mover? First of all, the item needs to be moved and seconded. So is there a mover for the item? Moved, Councillor McDougall, seconded, Councillor Naji. Is there any discussion? Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the speakers, Mr. El-Haj and Mrs. Berhardian. I agree with many of the points you made. And picking up on something that Mrs. Berhardian said, we want parking to be free and accessible, but unfortunately those two sometimes can't go together. We do have significant accessibility issues at the beach. and that is what this motion is trying to address in a balanced way. Something that I think the motion doesn't make clear and that I would like to add to the motion is that no paid parking scheme should be implemented until a resident parking scheme, permit scheme is in place. Or you can alter the minutes, you know.
Thank you. We'll just deal with that. Thank you.
I'm adding something to the minutes. So that no paid parking is implemented in Bayside until we actually have a resident parking permit scheme in place to ensure that all of our local residents are able to continue accessing the beach. I think that really needs to be a priority for us. And as far as I'm aware, throughout all these discussions, that's been the desire of all councillors involved. We do have difficulty accessing the beach on many occasions. Anyone who's been down there on a weekend during summer knows just how packed it is. People will find a parking spot anywhere they can. So this is just trying to alleviate some of those pressures. This is done at beaches all across Sydney. There are very few beachfront locations, particularly in places with as much beach as we're lucky to have, that don't have some form of metered parking. And something else I'd like to address, and I know you'll never convince anyone of this, but this is not a revenue raising exercise in any way. I think the intention is always to keep this very cheap. It's a fairly nominal fee, a couple of bucks an hour. It is just to help turnover and make sure that as many people as possible can actually get onto the beach, because there is parking there, and that when you come to Bayside, you know you will be able to access the beach. So I'm happy to move that with that amendment to make it clear that we will have a resident parking scheme in place before this is implemented, and I reserve my right to reply.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Yeah, I thought I seconded.
Councillor. Councillor Naji.
Clarification, Councillor McDougall, number 5, when he talks about we do have a policy just on that, but LGA of residents or just in particular the surrounding residents, that is critical to me.
Councillor McDougall.
Look, certainly my intention is that it should be for all residents of the LGA everywhere. That's how it's done in places like the Northern Beaches and Pittwater and Manly and so on that have had this in place for a long time. You live in Bayside, you pay rates to this council, you should have access to the beach here.
So in saying that, thank you, Councillor McDougall, can we reflect, it did now, has it? Can we reflect that all of the LGA? Not just resident schemes. So if we include the whole of LGA, I'm happy with that. So if I was the seconder, no problem. If I'm not, that's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Naji. So we have an amended motion.
Just for clarification, then I'll speak on it. So is it for all ratepayers or is it all residents? Because there's a big difference. Ratepayers is a different cohort to actual residents that live out there. So that's fine. Either way, my expectation is, and I totally support Councillor McDougall in allowing or giving the opportunity for people who live in the area, which again is all residents, to be able to park there freely and be able to use their neighbourhood as they need to. And I know what's happened in the past, in the recent past, especially around Ramsgate, which I'm very familiar with, it gets overtaken in the morning when a certain sporting group goes there, and it actually floods the place with 400 cars. That's me, that's my fault. 400 cars. And I can understand if we put a scheme in place, the majority of those people are from the local area. And they were on occasion being booked because they tend to overstay their welcome for 3 hours because we tend to drive around, and on occasion there's a little bit of leeway. But I can understand the turnover of the need to have turnover of people there. But most families who come from outside our district, outside our area, tend to come to spend the day. They're not going to come for 1 or 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours. So if the fee was $2 an hour, they'd be there for 10 hours. It's simple as that. So we're not going to really turn over a lot. Most people come with all their goodies. They come with their barbecues. They come with their families. They won't spend any money because they've brought it with them, and they'll use our car park and use our beach. So we've got to really think critically about the cost of it, and we've got to really critically think of how how much turnover we want. And this will only work pretty much on Sundays, long weekends, the occasional Saturday. The weekend doesn't really matter. So we've got to think about putting something in place that's going to tell people to go away, or tell people this is a welcoming community, we want you to come. However, we have to charge a small fee for you to use our beach. The other issue is the conversation around Brighton is a different conversation altogether. Ramsgate, I get Kiama, you're trying to get some people there, but Brighton services the shops. We need to think about what we want to do there because it has a different impact on the community and it has a different long-term result because we're trying to build up the businesses there. We're trying to give an opportunity for, sorry, my mask is killing me. We try and give people an opportunity to go and frequent these shops. But again, don't stab them in the back with saying, okay, here's the fee you're going to pay. Now, is the intention also to have a resident parking scheme in Bay Street for everyone in the LGA? So that needs to be fleshed out in number 5. Will the car park in Brighton be a free car park for residents of the LGA? Again, needs to be fleshed out. If it's a free car park, well, there won't be much turnover because people park there all the time and leave there overnight and go back in the morning and pick up their car again. So there's a lot of questions that need to be addressed. The issue of number 4 that I believe Councillor Savranovsky brought up, the Ramsgate Beach Nature Strip, medians be explored. That's a bit of a difficult one because it's in between all those trees. I've seen a lot of people driving into the trees. There's a lot of infrastructure to be done to create that. But there's an opportunity if you really want to go down that path. But I think we'll have a bit of pushback from the state government given it's a state road. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tunis. Councillor Barlow.
I'm actually going to move an amendment because I think you cannot vote on number 5 without a costing. If I'm saying you're going to give everybody, is that what, maybe I'm wrong, I thought it was just a parking scheme for the local Ramsgate, Brighton, Kiama, but if it's the whole of the LGA, that could be a significant cost that isn't in the budget. So I'm going to move an amendment. This is deferred, maybe to an information session because it was October when it was discussed last. This was never brought into it and it is a cost to the council and to the residents. So I'm just going to move an amendment that's deferred to an information session.
I'm happy to move second that, Madam Mayor. Sorry.
Thank you.
Can I speak?
Councillor Hannah.
I'm happy to let Councillor Werner go first. She has been waiting some time. Did you want to go first?
Oh, thank you, Councillor Hannah.
Yeah, she has been waiting. Would you like to go first? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Werner.
Yeah, so I actually think that it is a good idea that we spend a bit more time thinking about this because I think that paid parking would discourage some of the most vulnerable in our community from accessing the beach. As we learned in one of Bayside's business papers from last year, 27% of our residents are in housing stress, and this means that they struggle to afford necessities such as food, electricity and medicines after paying for housing. So that's a lot of our fellow residents. How will they afford to pay for parking? People with mobility challenges need to be able to park close to where they're going, and if they can't park next to the beach, then they may not be able to go to the beach at all. Many locals, regardless of their income, will not want to pay, but will drive their cars to the beach. Instead of using the beachside car parking, they will then park in surrounding suburban streets. This will make it more difficult for locals to find parking in front of their own homes. Going to beach is a wonderful thing for our mental health. Please don't discourage people from going to the beach by making it more difficult to park their cars. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Werner. Are there any others? Councillor Hannah?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I agree with everything Councillor Werner says. I've got very, very serious reservations about this. This smacks of eastern suburbs, and we are not the eastern suburbs. What I would suggest to this council, I'm more than happy to support deferral to an information session to have a very robust discussion about this because there are definitely other ways to manage this rather than paid parking. And even your mayoral minute outlined the sophisticated technology that is now available, and there's a number of companies out there that where we can actually have timed parking, where there is a certain amount of parking for free for visitors from outside the area as well as our own residents. And as long as that is a reasonable amount of parking, once they tick over that, they're automatically fined. You know, it may be 3 hours, it might be 4 hours. My own personal view is I think you have to have it at about 4 hours to have a reasonable stay. I really don't think we should be going down this carte blanche paid parking at our beaches. I don't believe Sutherland Council does it. They've looked at this a number of times, and this really smacks of eastern suburb stuff. So I'm very much in support of it going to information session, because I really do think there are other ways of dealing with this, and you know, I'm not convinced about it at all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hanna. Councillor Awada.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I do support the officer's recommendation, except I'm a bit concerned about resident parking scheme, because we don't have a lot of information on that, and that's the very reason I actually seconded Councillor Barlow's amendment. It's not to say that I disagree with paid parking. I mean, we've been working on this for many years. I mean, last term and the term before, and a lot of money is being spent in terms of working out how we do the paid parking. But in order to actually vote on something that is so broad in terms of resident parking, are we talking about the car parks? Are we talking about when the car parks are full and cars are going to end up filling the side streets? It's a lot more, it's too broad to say resident parking scheme. We need to look at the model before we actually vote on it. But paid parking has to happen at our beachfront for sure, because it's every other LGA has it. The bottom line is we've got expenses in terms of people coming in, leaving their rubbish behind, parking for 12 hours, and especially in summertime. So we need that turnover. And we've been really discussing paid parking for a long time, and the majority of councillors do support it. But once you introduce other factors into it about parking scheme for residents, it becomes a little bit more complicated, where we need to know the model before we vote on it. And that's the very reason I seconded Councillor Barlow's amendment. So I hope that everyone will agree on it. We could bring it back, and then at least we have a better idea what we're voting on. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Awada. Councillor Saranowski.
Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to talk on this item. First of all, it costs our residents of Bayside nothing today, tomorrow, next year, or the year after to park in the car parks. So what Councillor McDougall is moving is that our residents don't pay to park in the car parks. So nothing's going to change. So I'm not too sure, I'm scratching my head, what is the cost that's going to affect this council when today, tomorrow, next year, it's going to be cost our residents $0. So there's no cost. It is an ongoing situation, Madam Mayor, down there, and the idea is not to affect the residents, because they'll see no change at all. What you've got down, particularly down Monterey area, and some of my colleagues that have been on the council for a while will fully remember, we have businesses, we have trucks parked in the car park all day and all night. We have caravans parked in the beachfront all day, all night, that contribute nothing to this area, not a thing. And they're denying our residents an opportunity to go and park in the beach. I'm all in favour of going to the beach with the family. I'm all in favour of it. But somewhere down the track, something's got to happen, Madam Mayor. It's costing this council money to maintain these facilities for people that are outside our area. They are tourists. Yes, I love tourists. But go down the summer months and see the caravans that park opposite Coles and that. We get nothing out of it. Like the residents of Bayside get nothing out of it. But I just want to say, this is not in the residential streets. I had a few phone calls the last few days. The residents of Little Grand Parade want their street included in this list. They actually want it because they're sick and tired of people parking outside their homes all day. What they do is they park their car, catch the bus, Go to the airport, go to the city. They can't even park their car outside their own house on it. And they're telling me, Bill, we want paid parking in Little Grand Parade. Actually, they want it. And when we looked at Ramsgate Beach Town Centre, go down there, you never find parking. I just noticed Coles, the building's been sold, so there's going to be a loss of parking. Now, I can just, as I said in conclusion, this is not going to cost our residents, Bayside residents, any money at all. And that's why I commend Councillor McDougall for putting that in there. And I always use the phrase, some of my colleagues may not know, let's go forward. Let's not go backwards. Let's not go standstill. Let's go forward. If we find out this doesn't work, we'll just go back to what we had, which was a mess of what is there today in terms of parking. You go there on a Sunday afternoon or Sunday morning or Saturday morning down to, and Andrew, Councillor Sooners would know, you can't find parking at all. At all, you can't find parking at all. Our residents, I as a resident, can't park down a Ramsgate or St Susie. I'm comfortable with it, and the protection is our ratepayers, our residents, ratepayers, it won't cost them anything.
Thank you, Councillor Serenowski. Councillor Sedrak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too am supportive of this motion. This concept has been flagged for a long time and the group has been working on it for a long time. I think we're all looking forward to something like this. My only question or the issue that I see is all Bayside residents and ratepayers are for this as long as they have a parking scheme. And I don't mind that we charge people from other LGAs, as long as we don't charge ours. My question through you, whether it be fellow councillors or the GM, if we were to provide these parking stickers or parking permits to our 160 residents, is that for a 2-hour block, a 4-hour block? Can they park there? Can they park there? So if you live, let's call it Banksia, and you drive down to Brighton, can I park my car there for 10 hours? That's my question. Can I get that answer?
Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify something, because everyone's saying it's costing nothing. Maybe the staff can answer. To issue everyone with a parking permit, you've got to post it, they've got to come in, they've got to do something. It's administration cost, it's a cost for the sticker, ongoing cost each year because you have to renew it every year for other resident parking schemes. So that's what I'm talking about, is the cost to every ratepayer if you're going to send a sticker to every single resident. I don't know. I mean, to me, that isn't a massive cost. So that's why I've asked for it to be deferred so we can actually, this was done in October. I don't remember any of it. I was on the meeting, but it's quite complicated, and I feel that it won't matter if we defer it for a little while, because the cost of giving every single resident, I mean, I could be wrong, a sticker for a parking scheme is a cost to every ratepayer.
Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to respond to the amendment and some of the comments made by councillors, I think people are potentially working at cross purposes here. So some of us might have short memories, Councillor Barlow, because we don't remember October, but we also don't remember August, when we actually last dealt with this in a full meeting of council. And I'd just like to read out that parts of that quote from that resolution, that council actually resolved to deal with the tenderers on this matter and delegated authority to the general manager to enter into a contract with one of the tenderers or multiple. So deferring this,
thank you,
grants the council officers the power, which they have at the moment, to implement this without a resident parking scheme. So all this motion will do is continue to support that, but ensure that that doesn't actually come into place without a residential parking permit scheme already in place. So feel free to move the amendment and send this off to consultation, and the staff could implement this tomorrow without a resident parking scheme, which I am certainly not for. So Councillor Werner, I noted in your speech you kept referring to residents not being able to park. I feel like some of those comments were perhaps prepared before the motion was actually put in the council tonight, because obviously I think all the councillors here, perhaps not Councillor Barlow, do support residents having free parking continuing along the beachfront. in terms of some of those comments about how this actually looks, I mean, I don't think this can go forward without further consultation with council. I don't think this motion is saying that let's send the staff off and whatever they come up with that they think is a resident parking scheme is what we proceed with. This would obviously go through a consultation process with councillors and go back through council. So ultimately all this motion does is ensure that before anything happens, before parking meters go in, which again the staff could do at the moment, that this comes back to us, that we develop a scheme for residents to be able to park there for free, and that happens before they actually go in, which I think is very important.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Councillor Nudge.
Just a question for clarification. Our policy about a resident parking scheme, when a resident applies to it, there's a fee. Is this going to be waived or they're going to be charged a fee?
I might refer to the General Manager, please.
Through the chair, councillors, tonight's discussion has raised a lot of issues that haven't been fully explored by the staff. Working back through the August decision of the full council and the subsequent October decision, we have to date focused on the contractual arrangements with the supplier of the technology, the hardware and the software. I'm pleased to say that in reference to Councillor McDougall's comments, we haven't entered into any binding agreement for that, although we do have a preference for how we would proceed. Given now that we would be looking at something as wide-reaching as an LGA free residence parking scheme on the foreshore and at Brighton, we would need to go back and really model that, what the options are, in how you could roll that out, what the financial implications of that are. Council will come back to you with some considerations about the capital outlay for the scheme, for the actual meters themselves, the cost of that, the cost of implementing a scheme, and the likely revenue that we would receive for visitors only being charged.
Thank you, General.
Sorry, and just one further. Sorry, that's right. Just one further point of clarification. I would really hope that in this day and age, we are not sending out a resident parking sticker to every resident. I haven't seen a parking meter installed in the last 10, 15, 20 years that hasn't been digital and hasn't coded to number plates. So this should not be a complex scheme to administer. We shouldn't be using a lot of postage stamps. We're a modern council and we should be taking modern action.
Sorry. Thank you. We have an amended motion to be put. So just for the purposes of new councillors, so if the amended motion is carried, then it becomes a motion. If it is not carried, we then revert back to the original motion. Okay. So for those purposes, I will now take a vote. I will put the motion. So all those in favour, please say aye. All those against? The amended motion. Yep. Although I put the amended motion, thank you. All those in favour of the amended motion say aye. Against? So hang on, Councillor Werner, thank you. So what we are voting on now is the amended motion. The amendment. Sorry, the amendment. I don't have it on a screen, so yeah.
Number 5 is. Sorry.
There you go. We're doing
the number 5. The no paid parking, which is Councillor McDougall's
if we have an
addition.
amended motion,
It's
doesn't
a
it?
foreshadowed amendment.
Oh, it's a foreshadowed?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we do the amendment.
All right. It's a foreshadowed motion. So what we will now go to the original one that you can see up the top, which is the first 5 with the additional number 5, which has been added by Councillor McDougall. So we are voting on the original motion with an additional number 5 added to it. Okay, so that's what we're voting on right now. So all those in favour say aye.
Madam Mayor, sorry, just point of clarification. So this actual point has been pulled out of the report. So we're just simply voting on 5.2 or however it's numbered, and then we're going to come back to the rest of the report. Is that correct?
Yes, we're pulling out 5.2 out of the
Right.
the minutes of the Brighton the Sands Working Party.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right. So now I will put the motion with the additional number 5. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I declare it carried. Division has been called. That means that all councillors will indicate whether they are for or against. So I will go around the room and please say yes or against. Councillor Morrissey. For. Councillor Muscat. Councillor Fidel. Councillor Jansen. Councillor Naji. Councillor Savnovsky. Councillor Tsunis. Councillor Werner. Making sure. Councillor Awada. Councillor Barlow. Councillor Hannah. Councillor Douglas.
For.
Councillor McDougall. Councillor Cedrat.
Against.
So I am for. Can't see it.
So the division was declared and carried.
Okay, the division was declared and has been carried. Thank you, councillors. So we will come back to the minutes of the Brighton Les Sands Working Party when we go through the minutes. Okay, we are now moving to the next item, which is another public forum item. So this item is being pulled out of the minutes of the Bayside Traffic Committee meeting on the 15th of December 2021, and it relates to Madden Close Botany, which is proposed no stopping restrictions. So councillors received a written submission for this item, so councillors will have been able to access that in their portal from Mr. Vigorux, who's an affected neighbour against the officer recommendation. Are there any speakers to this item? Councillor Morrissey.
Do I have to move it first? I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey.
Seconder.
Second, Councillor Jansen.
Look, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I've read this. This submission is not in relation to the item. I think that they're two separate issues. So the issue, what's being dealt with in the Traffic Committee is actually reinstating parking spaces for residents that were removed without appropriate consultation last year. And this was discussed at a previous committee meeting. Since I think there was approximately 17 or 18 car spaces removed from a very small, narrow street, and there was not appropriate consultation with residents. There was two strata managers involved, bit of a story behind it. As a result of that, I made representations on behalf of residents to Director of City Futures, and the matter was, the area was looked at, and it was determined that we can actually reinstate parking along one section of the street. I think it's 8 car spaces from memory, so I haven't got the numbers. So there's still a net reduction in parking, but we're actually putting parking back. This is a high density location that has a couple of thousand units sitting there, so parking has a premium. So what I would like is for what I'm suggesting is that this motion be carried, because it is this item be carried because it's reinstating parking. However, that the written submission provided by Mr. Vigouroux, I think his name is, be added to the agenda for the next traffic committee meeting. His concerns relate to moving a traffic island in the middle of the street. The street is cut in two with a traffic column. It's a no-through road, and there's some access concerns with that, and there's a petition around that. So they're two separate matters. So I'm speaking in favour of this motion. And would like to make sure that the person who's made the submission, that item is added to the next traffic committee agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey. Is there any further discussion? All right, we'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I declare the motion carried. The next public forum item is in relation to Railway Street, Rockdale, which is detailed design drawing for proposed traffic calming treatments. And this is part of item 9.7, which are the minutes of the extraordinary Bayside Traffic Committee meeting, which was held on the 27th of January 2022. So again, we have one written submission for this item from Mrs. Mastramuro, who's an affected neighbour speaking against the officer recommendation. So again, the written submission was distributed to councillors prior to the meeting. And in addition, Mrs. Mrs. Mastramuro thank you. You're here. Excellent. Well, I invite you to please come up and you're speaking against the officer recommendation. Just up here. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. I'm here to address the proposal for the 2 speed humps in Herbert Street, Rockdale. We are not opposed to change, but feel that the speed humps are not a suitable resolution to the problem at hand. I realise that we are just one family and appreciate the time taken out to be heard. Our main concern is that we could potentially end up with no street parking in front of our house, depending on the proposed type of speed hump used. I trust that you have all received a copy of my email in which we voice our concerns, as we have lived in the house for 34 years and we have seen growth in the area and issues that have arisen over time. The speed hump at 1A Herbert Street. Parking has always been an issue for the residents in Herbert Street because of its close proximity to the railway station, schools, church and shops. In 2000, we went as far as having plans drawn and submitting a DA for a double garage. Unfortunately, this did not go through. Residential parking was also denied at this time. We strongly oppose losing the parking in front of our house, as we are already restricted by our surrounding neighbours. On one side, we have number 1 Herbert Street, a dwelling subdivided into 3 rental properties that can have up to 6 cars at any given time and no off-street parking. On the other side, we have 11A Watkins Street, which has a church, a hall, and a residence that council has passed as hostel living. Therefore, for one block requires a lot of parking. The parking in Watkins Street is time restricted, and therefore the only available parking is in Herbert Street. We have 3 cars in our residence, one of which is garage, the other 2 are on-street parking. If the Watts speed humps installed have the islands on either side, we would lose the parking altogether, and this would cause further safety issues for us. I look after my mother, who is 80 years old, or 82, 3 days a week. She has physical restrictions and a respiratory issue. She cannot walk up the hill, and if I was to park in front of 1 Herbert Street, there is a park bench on the grass strip that is built on an upraised concrete platform, which would pose a tripping hazard for her. 2, I also have 2 toddler grandchildren that I look after on a regular basis. 3, reversing out of our garage over a speed hump is certainly not an ideal situation, especially when it is at the bottom of a hill. You can't see what's coming over the hill, basically. Where we are not qualified traffic controllers, we are not traffic qualified controllers, but we feel that a possible solution could be using rumble strips in front of our house and at the top of the hill to slow down the traffic as it approaches the intersection of Herbert and Watkins Streets. As for this intersection, a major issue is vehicles entering Herbert Street from Watkins Street, cutting the corner on the wrong side of the road. This has happened on numerous occasions to me, family members, and no doubt others. There is a painted island there at the moment. We feel that a solid concrete upraised island would be more appropriate and would prevent cars from doing this, but will also force cars coming out of Herbert Street to slow right down, making it safer for other motorists and pedestrians trying to cross the road and get to school and church safely. It is also, it will also save the stop sign that has been hit endless times. This solution would also omit the need for the proposal for a speed hump coming into Herbert Street. Other than these recommendations, maybe, and as well as my written email, a roundabout intersection may also be an acceptable resolution. We hope that all our points, concerns and issues, both in this talk and email, are taken into careful consideration when making your decisions.
Thank you very much for
Thank
joining
you.
us and speaking to the item. Okay, councillors, there are no more public speakers on this item, so we will now deal with the item. There is an officer's recommendation before us. Is there a mover and a seconder?
I can move an amendment. I'd like to move an amendment that we defer the matter to an on-site meeting so we can actually go and see what's going on. Do we need to have a mover and a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got mover is Councillor Souness and seconder is Councillor Awada.
Yep. So we'll move it to an on-site meeting and try and get it to the next traffic committee for any changes as come out of that meeting, I guess. So interested ward councillors or any councillors that are interested, come down one afternoon and let's just have a look at what's going on there and explore other possibilities if there is a very tight bottleneck of parking there. Can I ask one question? Is it within the statutory distance from the station that we can't lose net parking as a result of any action?
So through
Mr. Barber?
Mr. Barber.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's no parking lost with the speed hump that's proposed in this case. You can actually park over it. It's one of those low-profile ones that doesn't have any islands on the edges.
Okay.
The other suggestions that the resident made, we'd have to have a closer look at.
Yeah. So I was going to say we had the experience up at up around the streets off Stony Creek Road last year in terms of speed humps. Nobody wants it in front of their house. So let's explore it. It can't hurt. We'll just delay it for another month and see what we can come up with. So if other people are supportive, it'd be very good.
Is there any further discussion?
Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor. Just if Councillor Souness wouldn't mind amending that to include in there, because we've had a resident that's come and addressed us tonight that quite clearly knows her street. She knows her area. She knows what works and what doesn't work. So what I would like to see happen, if it's possible, is if this is deferred for an on-site meeting and the resident who did an exceptional job tonight addressing this council be invited to attend along with other interested residents from that area. And this is what this is all about. This is dealing people into the decision-making of this council. We've got a perfect opportunity to do it. So, Madam Mayor, I don't know if Councillor Souness is prepared to amend it to include that. I think we should be inviting the Speaker tonight and any other interested resident from that street.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Souness, do you accept that? Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this matter? All right, so therefore then, councillors, we are voting on the amended motion, which is that this matter be deferred until an on-site meeting can be held with affected residents, and then the findings reported back to the Bayside Traffic Committee. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I declare it carried. All right, for the purposes of our well-being and not sitting for long periods, I encourage all councillors to stand up and staff and stretch.
Yeah. It's leading the exercise.
I agree with that.
Well, we might just take a minute if councillors would like to get another drink or. Okay, councillors, we will resume the meeting. If you would kindly take your seats, please. Thank you, councillors. All right, we continue our public forum and we are up to item 10.5. And this is a notice of motion in relation to Climate Action 2022. So we have 3 people that have registered to address the meeting, and therefore each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to make their points, with the second and third speaker please adding any new or additional information. So our first registered speaker is Miss Kim Clifford. Is Miss Clifford present? Is Miss Clifford online or present? No? All right, I note that Miss Clifford is not present. Therefore, we move to Miss Vanjik, who is an affected neighbour speaking for the motion, who will be speaking online. I now invite you, Miss Vanjik, you can unmute and speak.
Hello, thank you for having me on today. Good evening. My name is Taylor Brooke Van Dyke. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the Gadigal of the Eora Nation on a land that was never ceded. I'm speaking in support of motion 10.5, climate action. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Council and Councillor Greta Wartner on this forward-thinking direction.
Excuse me, Miss Van Dyke, can I just interrupt you? We're finding a little bit hard to hear you. If you wouldn't mind speaking a bit closer to the microphone and just slowing down, just so we can ensure we capture everything you say, please.
Is that better?
I think so, thank you.
Sorry, is that better?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the Gadigal and the Eora Nation on the land that was never ceded. Sorry?
I was going to say where you left off was fine, but that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking in support of motion 10.5, climate action, and I would like to congratulate the council on forward-thinking direction towards the future of climate action in Bayside. I am an interested and informed resident of Bayside, and I've reviewed the current information available, and I am impressed. But I would also like to see that more investment is needed in this space, and an acknowledgement that we are in a climate emergency is really necessary to ensure that we are giving this wicked problem the respect it deserves. Real climate action is invaluable to me as a young person. I don't need to remind council to why this is important, as the science is clear that we need to act now, and the choices that this council and all government entities make today is going to impact our future, possibly to our detriment. I implore all members of Bayside Council to support this motion, so that in 50 years, when we reflect on history, all members of this council can say that they did everything that they could to ensure that we are seeking for the best interest of not only the environment and ourselves, but also council's reputation for promoting sustainability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dyke. We now have a second speaker. We have Mr. Strong speaking for the motion, who will be speaking online. Mr. Strong, you can now unmute and speak.
Hello.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just go ahead.
Please do.
Yes. My name's Peter Strong. I live in Arncliffe. I'm here on, I'd like to recognise it's Bidjigal land and pay respects to Aboriginal people, past, present and future. And for most of my life, I've been involved in environmental activism and more recently in the Bayside area and working with some local environmental groups, including the Greens. Climate change has got to be the biggest issue facing humanity, and I think it's really important that we recognise it and start to act in all levels of government, local and national, international. Climate change is a global problem with a variety of impacts currently being felt around the world. Keeping global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels is considered a critical limit to protect lives. Bayside Council, if they declare a climate emergency, will demonstrate that they are committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the Bayside local government area. Bayside Council should lead the community of Bayside by both implementing and supporting effective action like other councils have, for example, Wollongong Council, and many councils and loads of initiatives all over the world and many on a local level. Council should set net zero emission targets for 2030 for Bayside LGA and also recognise the significance of its own contribution to the city's emissions and the need to demonstrate leadership and set a target of net zero emissions, especially for its own operations. Bayside Council should be part of the solution and declare a climate emergency. Climate change is a global problem with a variety of impacts currently being felt. It's mostly been related to human activities, and that's scientifically proven. The burning of fossil fuels, coal, gas, land clearing. Global temperatures have been increasing in the last century in New South Wales. Natural hazards such as heat waves, heavy rainfall, or severe bushfire conditions have occurred more often and have been more intense. So yeah, we've really got to work to keep the temperatures below 1.5 degrees, and I think it's really important that Bayside Council declare a climate emergency and demonstrate that they are committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the Bayside local government area. Bayside Council should lead the community, and the community will follow. You know, I think people really think it's important that they get involved. So if the council start bringing initiatives forward, I think the public will react positively. And the public will want to get involved, in all the different aspects of how we can reduce our emissions. Other councils who have taken such initiatives have been committed to the following pledges: install renewable energy, solar PV on council buildings, implement landfill gas methane flaring for capture for electricity generation, encourage sustainable transport use such as public transport, walking and cycling, set city-level renewable energy emissions to production targets, adopt best practice energy efficiency measures across council buildings, support community facilities to adopt these measures. There's many ways we can do it, and it's something that a lot of people can get involved with, and I think it's one of the most important things that we've got to do across the planet. So I live in Bayside. I really want to see Bayside declare that emergency, and I want to help, in any way that I can, as a lot of people will want to do. So I really support the motion to declare a climate emergency. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
Okay, thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Okay,
As
bye.
there are no more speakers on this item, we will now deal with the item. So there is a motion before us. Is there a mover and a seconder? So we have a mover, Councillor Werner. Is there a seconder?
I will second it.
It is seconded by Councillor Douglas. So I have a mover and a seconder to the motion. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Werner?
Thank you. So this motion acknowledges climate change and the role that we all have as individuals and organisations in acting to bring our climate back to less risky temperatures. The most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has shown that climate change is caused by human actions. This means that we, working together, can prevent further damage to the climate. For example, by switching to renewable resources instead of using coal and gas to provide us with energy. As Madam Mayor has informed us in her mayoral minutes, Bayside has a proud track record of taking action to protect our environment. Bayside Council has solar power installations and our streetlights are in the process of being converted to LED lights. While these are important initiatives, Bayside Council has no overall understanding of all the opportunities that Council has to address climate change, nor a plan with goals, targets and metrics so residents can rest assured that our council knows what it's doing when it comes to the climate. We need a climate mitigation plan because failing to plan is planning to fail. The Insurance Council of Australia has made a public statement on climate change, which reads in part, climate change is occurring along a rapid and severe pathway, and without intervention, it presents a serious risk to environments, economies and communities worldwide. The impacts of human-induced greenhouse gas emissions are becoming increasingly evident through the occurrence of more frequent and intense extreme weather events, sea level rise and global mean temperature increase. Now, the need for action on climate is acknowledged across the political spectrum. Our Liberal state government's net zero plan states that achieving net zero emissions by 2050 will require more than action from the state and Commonwealth governments. It will require action from local government, business, communities and individuals. And for those who say that climate action is not a local council issue, here is another excerpt from the Liberal state government's new net zero plan, which says that New South Wales councils play a key role in supporting decarbonisation as local leaders and through their connection to local communities. By reducing emissions, council can help increase resilience of their communities and act as a catalyst for New South Wales to meet its net zero emissions objective. Now, this shows that the state government expects local councils to take a leading role in climate mitigation and adaptation. The Labor Party agrees that climate targets are important. Its Powering Australia policy says, alongside the economic benefits, our plan will reduce Australia's emissions by 43% by 2030, which will become Australia's target under the Paris Agreement. Whether Scott Morrison can see it or not, we are in a race. Now, many of our neighbouring councils, such as Randwick, Inner West, Canterbury Bankstown and Canada Bay, have already declared a climate emergency. In fact, 107 councils around Australia have declared a climate emergency, and some councils, such as Wollongong City Council, have climate mitigation plans. Bayside does not have to reinvent the wheel here. We can build on what other councils have already done and adapt their work to suit our own circumstances. Though making climate mitigation and adaptation plans costs money, Bayside Council can well afford this, given it has an operating surplus of more than $11.8 million. Its projected year-end result, as listed in today's council business papers. The executive team can choose how this work is done by existing council staff or contractors or some other way. Making climate mitigation and adaptation plans takes time, and scientists are telling us we have no time to lose. So let's support this motion so our council can get on with making the plans and preparations that are needed to minimise risks of climate change to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Werner. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and speakers, and thank you for that detailed reply, Councillor Werner. There's a lot of information mentioned in your notice of motion beyond the climate emergency declaration. I think addressing climate change is critical, and we can undertake significant actions with and for the community as local government. But on speaking to fellow councillors, I sense that we need an opportunity to get a greater understanding of the details of that notice of motion before making a decision on it and what's outlined in it. So therefore, I'd like to propose an amendment that this item goes to an information session for councillors in order for us to make a more informed decision on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a mover for the amended motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Tsounis. Any further discussion? Therefore, Councillor Tsounis.
I'm allowed to ask questions. Oh no, I can speak. I forgot. So I'd like to ask the general manager, who said, or whoever suggested this motion is in order. What is a climate emergency? Like, that terminology is new to me. Like, I'm not party political. I'm just asking a question. If it's understood, if there's a definition for it, can we have that definition? If not, I'll ask something else after that.
And I think, Councillor Tsounis, that is the purposes of having an information session, and that's the amendment that Councillor Jansen's put up, because it's, you know, councillors do have questions such as you've just indicated, Councillor Tsounis. So I think that would be the right place for us to explore.
To flesh it out, yeah,
yes.
That's fair enough. Okay, I understand. And my only other concern is, look, most of us, especially in the council sphere, in the area of local government, we strive for the best. We had that conversation about an hour ago when we first started here. We spoke about doing the best we can with waste, doing the best we can with the resources we put down. But let's face it, we're still using we're using electricity that's fossil fuels, right? And I can't see the Greens, because the party politics were brought into play here. We had conversations about the Greens, about the Labor Party, about the Liberal Party, having certain positions on it. Well, I want to hear what the Greens' position is in terms of local government. There's a conversation about, okay, let's get zero emissions, but not how to get there, not the pathway, not the way to achieve it. Now, is the way to achieve it, stop using electricity, stop driving our cars? I don't know what it is. Now, I'm not trying to be flippant, but there's obviously a target to be achieved. And if the target is to stop having our luxuries, as we call it, well, fair enough. I get that. If that's a position that a certain group in the political sphere have, that's fair enough. But we've got to live in reality and face the facts that certain things need to be done to maintain our level of quality of life and the way we do things. And it's just disappointing that that's been brought into this sphere, into party top politics has come into this chamber. We have things that are mechanisms that control the way we deal with the environment. We have BASICs, which controls the way we do our developments. We have our waste streams that control how we do best practice, ISO 9000 and so on. There's best practice ways of doing things. Yet now we're talking about an emergency. Well, where did the emergency come from? But I guess we're going to flesh that out at the information session, and I hope that everyone attends and brings their questions with them on the night. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Souness. Councillor Werner, did you wish to speak?
Yes, please.
It's an amendment, so you can speak to the amendment.
Okay. Thank you. I don't agree with putting this off. I think this is an emergency, and emergency means, to me, it means that we need to do something. We acknowledge that it's important and we need to do something now. So, and scientists are telling us this, and you're a smart person, Councillor Souness, I'm sure that...
Excuse me,
sorry,
Councillor Werner, that's not appropriate.
Okay, so what I would suggest, though, if this can't be passed all as it is, maybe we could take it in seriatim and maybe go through each item and see whether people can agree with specific parts of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Werner. We have Councillor Douglas who wishes to speak. Councillor Douglas.
Hi, council members. I just want to be clear that in my day job, I work as a specialist around climate action. So I wanted to address Councillor Souness's concerns. If you look at the interplanetary committees on climate action, climate change that have been being rolled out, there is a climate emergency. The science is clear. We are losing time. We are behind schedule in terms of reducing our emissions globally. Australia is the worst, if one of the worst, or the second worst, I think it is, in the world in terms of our lack of reduction in carbon emissions. And it's because of party political issues. It's because we haven't had clear leadership from our federal government. And it is very sad that this issue has been caught up with party politics. And I really do think this is the chance for all of us to show that we can work together for the sake of our children, for their future. We don't want piecemeal measures. I appreciate the mayoral minute. I understand it's great that we have a lot of work that's been done towards the environment, but we need a comprehensive strategic climate action plan, a comprehensive strategic climate action plan. This is what Wollongong, Wallara, Waverley, Willoughby, Sydney City Council, Ryde, Randwick, Northern Beaches, North Sydney Council, Mossman, Lane Cove, Inner West, Hunters Hill, Canterbury, Bankstown and Canada Bay, Blacktown, all have these climate emergencies declared already. Yes. We are behind the 8 ball on this, okay? There's already 108 councils in Australia who have supported this declaration. It concerns me that, yes, not all councils have this understanding around climate change, and I do support an information session to get people up to speed, because I think this is actually the #1 issue that councils do need to be across for the safety of our residents and for future generations. And in fact, it's actually in our community strategic plan that we are across this issue and working on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas.
Sorry, can I just clarify, Madam Mayor, through you, Councillor Douglas, are you speaking for or against the amendment? Because you said you were for, you're saying you're for the motion, but then you said you're for an information session as well.
Thank you, Councillor Morris.
Yeah, look.
So, Councillor Douglas, are you speaking for the? So we're currently debating the amendment. So, are you for or against the amendment?
Look, I'm for the amendment because it does concern me that we do need to have everybody on board and up to scratch with this as leaders in the community. And if it requires an information session to do so, then we should do that.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Are there any more speakers? Councillor Cedric.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief as well.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, did you say something? Sorry, Madam Mayor. Look, I think I support Councillor Jansen's motion to defer, in that I think we need to be educated on this. There's some big points here that were made in this statement, and we're all for better at climate outcomes. My issue that I've got, though, and questions, and maybe I could be enlightened through this information session, is the language used, such as climate emergency, the greatest threat to humanity, greatest threat to civilization, and this panel of climate council advisory experts. There's a lot of questions around that, and I know that, growing up in the 80s and the 90s, it was known as global warming, and then now we're calling it global change. Sorry. Used to be climate change. Now it's climate emergency. I would love some better education about what this means, how it's changed, why are we doing this? From my limited information that I thought, I did think it was a federal issue, but more importantly, I thought Bayside was doing a good job, and we just received this award. I was just speaking to my fellow colleague about, you know, this waste and cleansing services that received this wonderful award. So from my perspective, other than being educated, which I would love to see and do, I thought Bayside was doing a good job. So I would love to have a deferred information session just to understand. And if we're not doing a good job, if we shouldn't have received this award, who got the award? Councillor. Whoever, if we didn't get this, maybe we need to get more awards. I thought we were doing a good job. So I respect the motion, but I think we need to be better educated.
Thank you, Councillor Cedric. Are there any more speakers? All right. Therefore, I put the amended motion, and the amended motion by Councillors Jansen Souness is that this matter be deferred to a councillor information session. No, because it's on the amendment, not on your motion. So it's the so Councillor Jansen, would you like a right of reply? Thank you. Therefore, I put the motion, the amended motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. Okay. We now move to public forum item 10.7. So this notice of motion is in relation to leash-free areas in Bayside. So we currently councillors, we currently have one person registered to address the meeting by phone. So we now ask Miss Demadius. Yes. Are you online?
I am online, yes.
Thank you. You now have the opportunity to speak with councillors.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I could just have a minute to bring up my notes?
Certainly.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, to the Mayor and to the other councillors present. My name is Christina. I'm a resident of Dolls Point. I have been for 10 years now, and certainly hope to stay in the area for a long time. I live with my husband and my 3-year-old daughter. The issue I wish to speak about today is the allowing of more areas for dogs without a leash. Unfortunately,
could I just, sorry for interrupting, can I just clarify, so you are speaking against the motion?
Correct, against the motion.
Thank you. Please go ahead, thank you.
Thank you. I have a phobia of dogs. It's very debilitating. I wish I never had the phobia. I've tried many things, but certainly can't overcome it. I don't want my daughter growing up with the same fear. There are certain areas in the LGA that are known for pet owners where they can allow their dogs off a leash. You certainly won't be catching me in those areas, and I'd be steering clear of those areas. But I do understand the importance of having these areas for the dogs and for the owners alike. Since forever, I've been afraid to go on walks in the street or the park or the beach without a chaperone. And besides walking to my car from my place, I don't take walks alone due to the fear of encountering dogs off a leash. Although,
hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I don't take walks.
Please go ahead.
Alone.
That's okay.
Due to fear of encountering a dog off a leash. Although it is generally illegal to have an unrestrained animal, unfortunately, often I see dog owners with no regard to the rules or to others. Many times on the beach, where there are clear signs to say no dogs, there are animals running freely on the beach. It is the most terrifying thing to feel as a dog is running towards me. Often my husband or I will ask people nicely to put their dog on the leash, but we would be laughed at or completely ignored. This has been very hard for me, especially during the pandemic, where I've had to stay home, work from home during the lockdown period with my daughter and not be able to take her on a walk outside during lunchtime. It was hard for me when I had postnatal depression, looking after a baby and not being able to go outside. There are many people in my position, although you may not hear from them today for whatever reason. People like me are present in the community in our LGA. If you increase the areas to allow the dogs to roam freely, like the Lady Robinson Beach, where there are no fences or defined borders, unfortunately, some dog owners will not respect the rules, as is already happening. I have seen on occasion council rangers in their vehicles parked in front of the beach and dog owners in sight with unrestrained dogs and nothing being done. It's disheartening, and often I don't feel brave enough to speak out because I don't want to be ridiculed. But not today. Enough is enough. Please, I plead with you to consider what I have said and request that you make a decision with people like me in mind. I understand that I'm in the minority, but I ask that you listen and respect how we feel as a minority. Thank you very much for listening to me and taking into account what I've said tonight.
No, thank you very much for joining us tonight and sharing your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any, there's no other speakers from the audience, so there is a motion before us. Do I have a mover for the motion, Councillor
I'd like
Morrissey?
to move an amendment, actually.
Yep.
Madam Mayor.
We'll just do the Councillor, seconded by Councillor McDougall.
With the amendment, sorry, did you have a mover and a second? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll move an amendment that actually we've had a trial in 2021, 2022. I have not personally seen the outcome of that trial. So I guess my concern is to move a motion to have off-leash free 24 hours, 7 days a week without having seen what the outcome was would be irresponsible.
So can I suggest, Councillor Awada, that we perhaps ask council officers if they've got the data?
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Awada. I might refer to Mrs. Dawson.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The extension of the off-leash area at Lady Robinson's Beach was in response to the COVID lockdown and the curfew period. It wasn't actually described as a trial. It was for a specific period of time for a specific purpose. So we do have statistics around the number of infringements that were issued during that time and the number of infringements from the base before we started with the 24-hour access. So we can make that available. We certainly could put a report together, but the reason we haven't is because it wasn't actually a trial. It was just a specific period of time up till the COVID curfew ceased.
Thank you.
That's exactly my point, is we don't have enough information about the infringement and during that time, but prior to the COVID with the lockdown, and we had that specific period, we have no information about how would 24 hours, 7 days actually impact on the rest of the community that don't want to have dogs off leash. So until we see what infringement, who actually, whether we've had any incidents, I mean, we could be liable. I mean, liability to council would be massive. So I can't support the motion that will just simply have the area converted to 24 hours, 7 days, dogs off leash without seeing evidence that it's not going to impact the whole community rather than the community that with the dog. And I take the lady that spoke. I do believe that we should take that into consideration and then defer this for more detailed information about, and if I could get a seconder to defer it to see exactly what actually was the outcome, or if with the Director of City Life about the infringement, how many infringements we've had. We might have had a few, we might have had a lot. So we need to see that information before we could actually make a decision on this motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We do have information available. I don't have it at hand this evening, but we certainly could make that available.
I'm happy to second deferral. Am I able to speak to that now, or?
So we have.
And the amendment, yep.
We have an amendment, so
Madam Chair, can I put up a foreshadowed amendment, which is just a modification pretty much of the original, and it has just some additions to it, like 5 and so on. So I don't know how that falls into play, even though I've been on council for a bit.
Yeah, foreshadowed amendment.
Yeah, so the foreshadowed amendment is to put the opportunity's arisen now, to put some additional locations on the radar for council to look at to make them off-leash, but in an enclosed area. So we've had a lot of conversations around here last year, and I've lost track, it might have been the year before, we had a lot of conversations about off-leash, unenclosed areas. I'm for enclosed areas. We've got a small dog at home, and if I let him go, he'll disappear on us and never see him again. So I prefer to have within an enclosure, and I've got a list here which I've given to Mr. Fausto at the back. Do you want me to read it out, Mr. Fausto, or do you want to do that? Okay. So examples of where green space, and this is courtesy of a number of residents, including Claire Curtin, who we've been speaking about opportunities within our LGA in terms of creating a off-leash dog area, which is people don't have to hop in the car to get there. So they're within 20 minutes or half an hour of the house. So the first one is Bestick Street open space. I've provided this. We can maybe do dot points and then we can embellish upon it. Bestick Street open space west of White Oak Reserve off Bestick Street, which is on the boundary of Ward 3. Behag Street on Spring Street, quite a large area. Hardly anyone goes to that park. Green space north of the bridge over the canal of Linwood Crescent, which is called Natty Place Reserve in our mapping system, barely used again. Rockdale Park, part of Rockdale Park, a small part of it. I know it's a very nice park, but we can sort of look at doing something there. The rugby fields behind Redmond, or the area behind Redmond Field and Greg Arkin Field and grass netball courts, all at the back of West Botany Street. Part of Barton Park that we're proposing to redevelop. Surely there's some small area that we can allocate to the dog enclosure, and then Riverine Park, either on West Botany Street at the disused baseball diamond or further in past the driving range. There's opportunities there to create an area which is safe. Maybe that last one maybe not as obvious because it's in a sort of quiet part of the park. And the other item which I'd like to bring up, which is,
can I just,
yeah,
just to address Councillor Souness, can I, before you move on, just on that point, to add to your foreshadowed amendment, is to give other ward councillors across the wards to nominate parks as part of the consultation. Yeah, because that's quite specific, but just to give.
Well, I just picked on Ward 3 because
exactly.
I was looking at, and I welcome others to bring the same, because I don't expect every one of those to be an opportunity, but sorry, I said it wrong. I don't expect every one of those to be developed, but if there's one or two opportunities there at a reasonable cost, let's create that for the community. The last item that I had to bring as well is another dot point, I guess, is currently we have a regulation that dogs on leash are not permitted on the beach. Can I just confirm that with Director for City Life? Now, if we've created a precedent, I'm being a legal person for some reason, if we create a precedent, we can have dog off leash in Kiama Why can't we have dog on leash everywhere else on our beaches? So that's what I'd like to put there and see if we can do that, because a lot of people have come to me and said, look, the range is fine. They don't fine us, but they tell us to pack up and go. But surely on the hot days, the dogs can go down there, put their feet in the water, and then you take them up. They're on leash. They're under control. And if they're going to do a doggy do, whatever it is, people still have their bags. They're still responsible. That's the idea. So within the whole of our LGA, the whole of our area, people that are responsible do pick up after their dogs, I guess. So I can't see the beach being any different. So I'd like to put that up, see if we can carry that.
Thank you, Councillor Sooner. So we have a foreshadowed amendment, I guess, because the points that you raise actually align somewhat with point 3 of the original motion, which is that Bayside Council investigate the establishment of new leash-free areas. So perhaps if I put it to the original Councillor McDougall, Morrissey and Saranowski, would you be open to a slight amendment there that would suggest we investigate additional areas?
All right, I'd suggest I'd be happy to accept that. I'd say that points 3 and 4 are for quite specific areas. I would suggest adding a point 5 to investigate some of those areas for further advancement.
So perhaps would you be happy if we say investigate additional areas where community have indicated a desire, perhaps? So so that then goes to the original motion. So yep. So is everyone all right? Any other speakers to that?
Madam Mayor, in putting up, putting that, so I'll say, in agreeing to the notice of motion, I've just got some reservations what Councillor Sooners has nominated a couple of sites, in particular Riverine Park and Barton Park, in terms of the overall development we're going to have down at the future. So if we're going to investigate it, fine, but I'm not convinced that. But there is a pathway. There is a pathway. Believe it or not, actually, I walk the neighbour's dog now every Sunday, and I get to know that because my wife won't let me have a dog. So I go around Muddy Creek and that, and then walk around the stadium. So there is a pathway there.
Yeah. So I think Councillor Saranowski, that's just to investigate additional areas, not specific.
Yep. Now, one of the reasons why I co-signed the notice of motion, Madam Mayor, was in relation to the 24 hours. Can I just say, for those that don't know, 9 to 5 jobs are gone. Doesn't exist anymore. Doesn't exist. Pre-COVID, after COVID, whatever, 9 to 5 doesn't exist anymore. The hours that we are working now are completely different. I read in the paper yesterday or the day before, the Premier is actually looking at the hours of schooling, not to be the traditional schooling hours. If we are a dynamic city around the world, after we get over COVID, we're going to go back to a 24-hour city on it. And I understand some of the concerns that some of the colleagues may have in relation to leashed and unleashed areas in terms of attack. But I don't want to put the Director of City Life on the spot, but through you, Madam Mayor, are we looking at infringements 5, 10, 20? Like, I won't hold you to it. Was a large, small amount of infringements?
I have just received an email about the numbers yet to be substantiated, but there were 7 reported dog attacks on council's approved off-leash dog beach between 13th of August and 30 November 2021, when the extension ran for. None of those proceeded to infringement, as they were unsubstantiated and difficult to determine which dog was at fault. So, dog to dog. Yeah. So because they're excited.
The only issue that I also want to raise, and I think Councillor Barrow for bringing it to my attention, which is 100% right. Kendall Street Reserve, that's actually contaminated. I'm not sure what we're going to do. We have to move that because I think the memory is owned by the part of education. But I don't think it
So perhaps we can look at, yeah.
Look, I know that local residents around Kendall Street Reserve did organise a petition for that area to be considered. I think it's worth looking at. I do understand that it's contaminated. The alternative site at Riverside Drive has been presented as well, but I think it would be valuable to go through that process with the community. And if they're dead set on it, I think we should go really consider that. But obviously, you know, we do have to consider that the site's contaminated.
The one thing I noticed last council election was the number of people actually came up to me and spoke to me about the local jobs, really poor areas, and that's coming out in terms of other issues. You know, whether it's leased or unleased areas, it actually surprised me. It was probably in the top 5 of what constituents spoke to me about in the area on it. So I certainly agree, happy to be associated with the notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor Saranowski. All right, there be no further discussion. Then, so we are moving. It's the original motion with an additional 2 points, which
Madam Mayor.
simply state to investigate additional areas, and that council investigates that. Councillor Hannah?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to speak to the amendment to defer it. Can I speak to that now, or what part are we up to?
We're putting the motion now, so the amendment, yeah.
So yes. just to clarify, I think we need to put the amendment first, to your point, Councillor Hannah.
Yes.
So speak for or against the amendment. We put the amendment, and if that carries, it gets deferred. If it doesn't,
yes.
then it reverts to the original motion.
Like to speak to
so we're talking to the amendment now. Yeah.
Yes, good.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you very much.
Amendments.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. Look, first of all, I want to say with matters such as this, which is a proposal to extend what I would describe as free range area for dogs. It's good to see that we have councillors McDougall, Morrissey and Sarafinovsky taking the lead. And Madam Mayor, it's also good to see the way that you're conducting these meetings and you're giving everyone the opportunity to speak, because on this particular matter, I was a little bit concerned that you might try and muzzle us. But look, I went down to Kiama. I went down to Kiama to have a site visit, to have a look at this area. And look, the area does present quite well, in my view, for an off-leash area, despite the fact that it isn't fenced. But that's something that does concern me a little bit, because it is in fairly close proximity to a swimming enclosure. And I'm just wondering whether or not, when we consider these types of things, whether or not there's some way of better delineating where the off-leash area starts and finishes. You know, I know that you can't sort of run fences across, you know, the beach. That's just not practical. You know, maybe there could be some signage, better signage on the beach itself. You know, perhaps we've got all those gate numbers. For dogs, we could maybe have a sign with the letter K, a dash, and the number 9. Something like that. But look, when I was last on council, I was a strong proponent of these off-leash areas, but in particular fenced off-leash areas. And I do remember when we had one moved from Monterey across to the other side on Civic Avenue there. I think it's still there. And I think that's a pretty popular one. And we just missed the opportunity at the time, Madam Mayor, because I remember at the time up at the Gold Coast, we had Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and they could have been invited to the official opening of that with Pistol and Boo. Unfortunately, Barnaby Joyce got involved, and we. Anyway, look, I think the off-leash dog area is a great idea, but I really do think there has to be some more enforcement of those that do not stick by the rules. I have a dog that I care for myself, and I walk in areas that are not off-leash areas, and I have been nearly attacked a couple of times by dogs that are simply allowed to run off-leash. And, of course, the response from the owners quite often is, oh, they won't hurt you. But the simple fact of the matter is, if it's an off-leash area, that's fine, but if it's not, then they must be on a leash. So the resident that spoke tonight made some extremely good points, and I think that's where we've really got to crank up the enforcement against those dog owners that are not responsible dog owners. And quite often when I'm walking in these areas, and these are bushland areas, right, but they're not off-leash areas, quite often I see dog poo bags. They actually pick up the poo in a plastic bag and then fling it. You would actually be better off not to put it in the bag. So we really need, if we're going to be expanding these areas, we really need to concentrate on the enforcement. And most dog owners are very responsible, but there are some out there that are not. And I've been on the receiving end of it myself. I really do think we need to go to an information session, because I think there's a lot more in this than just having a 24-hour off-leash dog area at one part of a beach or another part. There's a lot more in it. And that's why I'd like to see it go to the information session.
Thank you,
So I encourage
Councillor.
other councillors to support
Thank
that.
you, Councillor Hannah. No other speakers. Therefore, we are now.
So I'll speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall.
With all due respect to the mover and seconder of the amendment, I think this is barking up the wrong tree. And look, I've got my hackles up. Councillor Hannah thinks he has the exclusive right to be an amateur comedian. Unfortunately, he's no longer speaking. Look, this off-leash area has been operating very successfully for a number of years. And as Councillor Saravinovsky very eloquently put, schedules have changed. People are enjoying time in a different way, and quite often people are taking their lunch break and going out for a walk. So this daytime restriction is really affecting people's ability to use these beaches. To use these off-leash areas. This is a great community amenity, and look, I do really sympathise with the speaker. But I think the behaviour I've certainly seen is that if you're an irresponsible dog owner, and as Councillor Hannah said, you might have your dog off leash and it might be running up to people in designated on-leash areas. If you're irresponsible, you're going to be irresponsible regardless of where we set up these areas, and I really don't think it's part of this issue. Look, I do think we need to move ahead with this. I've seen these off-leash areas being delayed, deferred, cancelled. Everything throughout the last term of council. I've heard from a great number of residents that this area at Kiama is very well enjoyed. I'm sure Councillor Morrissey can say the same of the area at Much Park. I just think we need to move ahead with this and as we continue to investigate new areas.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Any other speakers? All right, therefore we are putting the amendment. So the amendment is moved by Councillor Wilder and Hannah that the matter be deferred. So all those in favour of the amended motion say aye. Aye. Against?
Aye.
I declare the motion. We can have a division, so we shall go around the room as soon as we get it on the screen. All right, so this is the amended motion. Councillor Morrissey.
Against.
Councillor Muscat. Councillor Fardell. Councillor Jansen. Councillor Naji. Councillor Saranowski. Councillor Souness. Councillor Werner. Councillor Wada. Councillor Barlow. Councillor Hannah. This is for the amendment. 4. Councillor Douglas.
Against, please.
That was against for the purposes of the record. Councillor Douglas was against. Councillor McDougall. Councillor Cedric. Therefore, I declare the motion, the amended motion, lost. And then we go. Oh, my vote, sorry. I am against. So now we go back to the original motion, and the original motion stands as in the papers, which with the additional additions of 5 and 6.
Yeah. Just on 5, Madam Chair, can we put the ones I've listed back in there, and then another line that says there's an opportunity for others to bring additional areas down the track? That way some work can be started on it.
Yeah, so we can put with, here's some suggestions with other suggestions to follow.
Correct.
Thank you very much. All right, so
sorry.
any other speakers?
Councillor Douglas.
Yes, Councillor Douglas, you are now speaking to the original motion.
Including 5 and 6?
Including 5 and 6.
Could I just suggest that on 6 there, that we also make sure that investigation looks into the impact of shorebirds on the beach? Because whilst I support, designated areas for off-leash dog areas, which I know our residents really, really want, I have got concerns about having dogs all across the beaches, because we do have very ecologically important dunes there, sand dunes, that the council is working hard to revegetate, and I think we need to take that into consideration with having dogs on larger areas of the beach.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. It will be an investigation in its first instance and would come back to council before any decisions were made. So noted, thank you. All right, I'm now going to put that motion. So all those in favour of the motion say aye. Against? Declare it carried. All right, we now move to public forum item, which is 10.9. So this notice of motion is the community engagement on nuisance driving behaviour. Council has received 1 written submission for this item from Ms Dowd, and who is for the motion, and the written submission was distributed to councillors prior to the meeting. In addition, 1 person has registered to address the meeting by phone, and that is Sandra Smith, who is speaking for the motion. So, Ms Smith, are you online? Ms Smith, thank you very much. Please, can I just ask you to go close to the microphone, speak slowly so that we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes. I'll just turn my volume off here. Right, my name is Sandra Smith and I live in Princess Street in Brighton Le Sands. I've lived here for nearly 12 months, and I just wanted to talk about how I feel that this move to have the noise registering cameras located, I would really like to have one located in Princess Street. I live up the Novotel end of Princess Street. We have high-rise apartments on both sides of the road, and at the present time, we have cars coming down in the hours which are already designated to be no left turn into Princess Street. We have cars coming down and exploding their exhausts so badly. I've had to ring the police 16 times since I've lived here to try and get someone to come and do something about it. In fact, it's so loud that the first weekend after lockdown was lifted, a car went down, exploded their exhaust, and 3 car alarms went off in the street. It was that loud. So I'd like Princess Street to be considered for one of the locations of the noise-sensitive cameras that you're talking about installing.
So,
That's the main.
can I just, one moment, Ms. Strong, let me just clarify. So you are speaking to item number 10.9, which is in relation to community engagement on nuisance driving behaviour, which is about a report where different recommending a program for community engagement. Is that correct? Which is not related directly to the cameras. I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, well, that was just sort of an introduction into what I wanted to say about the cameras, because it's bedlam. I'm not kidding. The effect of the double story, the 10 and, well, we've got 7 stories on our side, and I think there's 8 or 9 on the other side. It's like a canyon effect. So the amplification of the sound of the exploding exhaust, and it's not from speeding, they purposely go slow and make their cars explode the exhausts. And the noise level is horrendous, absolutely horrendous. In fact, there are several people in this street that have moved because of this one thing. And there's another apartment for sale across the road I noticed the other day. It's going on some nights till 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. And it's not just Friday and Saturday nights, it's sometimes weekday nights. So heaven help the people who've got young babies and children that live in apartments around here, because they would be flat out getting them to sleep. So I just wanted to say it's very important that these, if you don't live in this area, you wouldn't be aware, if you don't live in this street, you wouldn't be aware of the noise level of those exploding exhausts. It's unbelievable.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith, for sharing that information with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, as there are no more speakers on this item, we will now deal with it. So there is a motion before us. Is there a mover and a seconder? So mover is Councillor Douglas, seconder, and seconder Councillor Werner. So I have a seconder and a mover and a seconder to the motion. Is there any discussion? Councillor Douglas?
Yes. Can you? So this motion is simply to ask council to do a report into a community consultation on the hooning. I've consulted with the Director of City Futures on this proposal. Bayside, as you know, is a hooning hotspot, and we heard it in the mayoral minutes. I have personally been contacted by thousands of residents about this issue, and that was before I was a councillor. Bayside Council has not done a community-wide consultation on this issue to date. Whilst police might have data about the incidents, they are clearly not acting on it enough. And police are just a band-aid. We need long-term solutions like the councils have done in London, in Potts Point, and the Council of City of Logan in Queensland. A Have Your Say for Bayside residents will enable Bayside Council for the first time to get a comprehensive snapshot of the issues, where they are, their severity, and what ideas residents have for solutions. This will enable two-way communication with our residents on this issue, and importantly, our residents will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Is there any further discussion? Okay.
Sure, just very quickly.
Councillor McDougall.
Look, I'd speak in favour of the motion. I think this is a great idea. I think we should definitely set up a Have Your Say as soon as possible and start collecting that data in a systematic way, so that we can proceed to take as much action as we as a council can on this issue.
Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, I put the motion on the screen. Therefore, all those in favour say aye. Is it on the screen? Yeah. Therefore, all those in favour say aye. Against? I declare the motion carried. We now move on to item 10.10, which is the notice of motion in relation to the noise camera trial. We've received one written submission for this item, which has been distributed to councillors from a Miss Dowd, speaking for the motion. In addition, we have 4 people registered to speak. So if I could please remind speakers to limit yourselves to 3 minutes, and please avoid repeating what's already been said. So the first speaker I invite is Mr. Anderson, who is speaking for the motion. Thank you very much. That's noted. Mr. Anderson no longer wishes to speak. I now invite Mrs. Butler, who is speaking for the motion, to speak.
Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Butler. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I just wanted to say that I support the use of noise cameras in Bay Street, and I'd also wonder if they're going to put any in the Grand Parade, just perhaps to the north of the Novotel or to the south, because that's when they sort of accelerate, when they take off from the lights. I'm sort of happy that the council is considering the possibility of noise cameras anyway. I stayed at the Novotel recently and I was on the 11th floor. I found that, you know, when I opened the doors just to go out on the balcony, that it was so deafening that I had to step back inside. So I know it's a real problem. And even now, the density of the traffic is pretty dense from where I'm standing on my veranda. But I think mainly it's motorbikes that rev and backfiring hoons. So I do support that view that they're going to do something about it. It's much better than having the police in sort of sporadically just to pull them over every now and again, and then they go back to doing what they're doing. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Butler. And, you know, I think it's important to note this smart camera trial that is occurring in that vicinity that was just mentioned as well.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. I now invite Miss Campbell, resident, speaking for the motion.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Miss Campbell. We can barely hear you, so perhaps if you could just...
Okay, can you hear me now?
That's better. Thank you. Please go ahead. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in support of motion 10.10. I speak as a resident of Brighton Sands and also a committee member of Bayside Community Incorporated. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the council on the decision and action taken for the installation of the smart technology cameras. There's no doubt that these are going to have a positive impact on our community. I'd like to speak about a couple of concerns and gaps that I believe the noise cameras may solve, and understand that this solution would firstly be subject to a decision being made in favour of the motion for the report, for a report being prepared, and examine the suggested solution in detail. As I understand it, the current smart cameras that have just been installed are reliant on community to report hooning and antisocial behaviour. Some of the antisocial behaviour and hooning occurs in the evening when families are trying to sleep. A member of the community or business needs to keep a record of the date and time this occurs and contact the council or police. I'm sure the priority for most people, is to try and get back to sleep, and business owners are usually trying to look after their patrons rather than trying to keep a record of when this occurs. I'd also like to understand how or comment on how effective the current cameras will be when there are vehicles or motorbikes sitting in traffic or at traffic lights revving their engines to the extreme or a car or bike going down Bay Street, revving but staying within the speed limit. I have a video of a car with a crackle tuning going down Bay Street. But if the sound is turned down, the image just clearly shows a car driving down down Bay Street as normal. I observed the vehicle proceeding down Bay Street. It scared people who were walking down the footpath as it sounded like gunfire. How are the cameras going to pick this up? And the same can be said with bikes revving, some sitting in car parks outside businesses, disturbing their patrons. It's unpleasant to sit outside any business in Brightly Sands and experience the noise or fear of a car or bike losing control. One of the main issues for businesses is noise. And if I'm correct, and my assumption, as previously mentioned, is the cameras will not pick up audio. Therefore, one of the main issues will not be addressed, and businesses will continue to suffer. Some businesses that are new to Bay Street are regretting their decision to open or move to Brightly Sands.
Can I ask you, Miss Campbell, to give a closing remark, because the time limit has been reached?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I think, I understand that a review of the current legislation would be required. I'd like to think that Bayside Council would take a proactive approach, working with different authorities for a positive outcome. By voting favourably for this motion for a report and to examine the potential use of the noise cameras, I believe it would give clear, positive message to residents and businesses that the council is serious about addressing this issue, which has a major impact on many residents' quality of life and livelihood and success of all the businesses. In conclusion, it's very encouraging to hear what the effort that the council are putting in. Thank you again, Madam Mayor and the councillors, for the opportunity to speak to this motion.
Thank you, Ms Campbell, for joining us and sharing that information. Thank you. I now invite Mr Burton speaking for the motion.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow councillors. I am in favour of the motion. I believe we need the noise cameras because as our current enforcement exists, the police do not believe noise is a police issue. They say they do not have the resources or equipment or training, and they say it is an EPA matter. The EPA send out warning notices. So if we have noise cameras, that would actually mean that the police could actually catch offenders. I also believe that the police have done a very poor, almost non-existent job of enforcing the current laws. The only law enforcement on Bay Street late at night tends to be for left turns, not actually for anybody hooning. I think the council can only do so much, and I applaud all the efforts of councillors, but I think council needs to press the local police to enforce and be active late at night, particularly on the weekends when most of this hooning activity occurs. And I think council should also press New South Wales Police to get the equipment and training required. And I think we should also press the New South Wales government because, as has been mentioned previously, this issue of exploding exhaust, which is now called crackle tuning, that is something that motor vehicle owners are doing deliberately in ever-increasing numbers. In Australia, we already have very generous noise limits on noisy vehicles. We allow 96 decibels. The UK only allows 74 decibels. So we already allow extremely loud vehicles, but the people that we have got in our neighbourhood are literally deafening, terrifyingly loud. And I applaud all your efforts and I vote in favour of you passing this motion.
Thank you, Mr Burton. Thanks for joining us tonight. There are no more speakers on this item, so we will now deal with the item. There is a motion before us. Is there a mover and a seconder? Councillor Douglas, do you wish to move your motion?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Werner, seconder. I have a mover and a seconder to the motion. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Councillor
Madam Mayor,
Saranovsky.
Yeah. In relation to some of the issues that have been raised by the speakers will be addressed at another notice of motion. I don't have a problem, Madam Mayor, in relation to the noise camera, but we need to first of all establish, and I'm dead set serious, that this is not a council responsibility. It is not a council responsibility. So those that are watching on Facebook should please accept the fact this is not a council responsibility. It's not. This council, Bayside Council, and also Rockdale Council and Botany Council have been working in harmony with the police and the residents for a number of years. What's happening down in Brighton is carhoons that are taking advantage of the resources of the police that we have at Cogger, but I'll talk about that on another motion. But the critical issue is I do not want the residents to be misguided or under the impression that these speed cameras are actually enforceable. At the moment, I'm advised they're not. They're not. The noise cameras, I should say. Did I say what did I say? Speed. Oh, speed. Sorry, noise. It's just speed. They are not. So what I'm moving an amendment, so everybody's clear that before this council, Bayside Council, goes into the process of getting information, gathering information, talking to people overseas. I'm sure there'll be Australian companies that do the noise cameras. We need to find out from the state government what is law. Because if it's not forcible, it's a waste of time installing these cameras. Now, what I'm moving is that, as a matter of urgency, we write to the Minister of Local Government, asking their guidance and feedback to reference to existing proposed state legislations that relate to noise cameras anywhere in New South Wales on it. I have no issues of installing it, but we've got to make sure there's an expenditure that this council will pay. And I don't see the state government rushing in to fund this, because we're jumping a few guns. When we get to my notice of motion, I'll be very scathing on both parties on it. But we need to, as a matter of urgency, to find out if it's law. If it's not law, then we stop.
Thank you, Councillor Saranovsky. So we have an amendment there. So the amended motion, would you mind just reading the amended motion for the purposes of...
It's over there now.
We'll put the amended motion up on the screen. We have a seconder for the amended motion, Councillor Souness. So we'll just wait for the amendment to come up. And then discussion, would you like to speak to the amended motion?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we heard a lot around the campaign trail a few months ago, everyone making pledges about anti-hooning, anti-this, anti-that. I'm totally support all of that. I totally support all the rhetoric we've gone out there talking about getting cameras that do this, cameras do that. And as Councillor Saranovsky tells us quite clearly and eloquently, unless there is legislative framework to support those cameras, there's no point having them. It's nice to be able to see who's done what, but if you can't take it, it's not admissible in court. It can't bring an offender up before any authority to discuss any matter, and they're useless. I get the fact that there's a lot of cameras around the place that actually identify people that might have done physical damage to buildings or property and so on. We can deal with it, and there's mechanisms in place for that within legislation. But in terms of these cameras to identify two cars that are side by side and say, okay, who's the hoon, who's driving past the hoon, who knows? I can't qualify or quantify that in any way, shape or form. The other thing I was going to suggest, and I've suggested this in the past, is we've got to get our own house in order in terms of what we do down at Brighton. There's no ranges after 5 o'clock or after 6. I don't know the specific time. We can ask the Director of City Life what time the ranges clock off on a Saturday afternoon. But I know for a fact I've been down there. My family orders pizza down there fairly often. We go and pick it up or they get it delivered. We see cars that are parked in front of the RSL. They shouldn't be parked there. It's a taxi zone. No one cares. They park there all the time. And the cars we're talking about isn't a Mercedes or a Camry or something. It's these doof cars. You can see them there in their candy apple colours. They just sit there, windows open, the guy's hanging around. No one bothers them. Let's look across. Let's be very specific. Let's look across the road in front of Novotel, in front of the roller shutter. Right in front of that, there's the occasional Lamborghini or some other car that wants to park there. I'm a big shot. I can park there. No one bothers me. Then let's go across the road onto the Grand Parade. There are 2 allocated spots for police cars. It's clearly signposted. Clearly signposted. Yet we have cars parked there, and they're parked there all night. No one bothers them. So we have to get our house in order or get the police to come out occasionally and just scare these people off a bit. We don't do anything. Nothing happens. It's very easy. I don't know if we have after our rangers that do these things that can go and book people. But let's explore it. Let's explore it for a few weeks. Let's pay some overtime and actually go and physically walk up and down Bay Street. Everyone who hasn't parked properly, book them. Start sending messages. Don't wait for a camera to tell us that, oh, that guy's noisy or that guy's whatever it was, those terms that some people use today. That's great. I understand that. Cars are fast, cars are noisy. You buy a car, you flick a switch, it turns off, it lowers the exhaust down to half, it increases the exhaust up by 50% and it hits this 96 decibels. I wrote it down. I didn't know how loud it was supposed to be. The other thing is, we as a council have limited enforceability. If a truck parks in a local street, we can book it after an hour. But if it's driving down a 3-ton, a limited 3-ton street, we can't go near it. We wave to the guy and he keeps on going. We have no authority. We have no authority in booking anyone or infringing anyone on a traffic-related matter. If people double park, they stop in front of crossings, that's a parking-related issue. We can address it. Now, my suggestion is that maybe we can explore all these cameras, we can explore everything that everyone else is doing, but let's get our house in order. Let's get the rangers down there more often. Trial it for 2 weeks. We've trialled people on the beach walking around telling people to throw out their rubbish in the bin. Let's try this for a month. Let's get the rangers down there. Anyone who's parked illegally, and it's not just one or two, there's a lot of places where people just leave their cars. They don't care. The responsible family person will not park in a no stopping. These guys just leave it there. Yeah, it's okay. Trafalgar Street, all over the place. All you need to do is go down there. If councillors are willing, let's go on a Saturday night. Let's go down there, have some pizza, and let's see all the illegal activity. We'll talk about it, but who's been down there lately? You're in, you're out.
Thank you.
Okay, so I support the motion, but as the amendment as well. But the motion itself, it's got a lot of merit. It's got a lot more. How can I say? One of a better. A lot of. It's got to do a lot more travelling before it gets to become what it needs to be, because there's a lot of elements that need to gel before it becomes something that we can actually say to authorities. Here's the image of Mr. Joe Bloggs driving this car. He's been doing this. He's been noisy. His radio's been up. His car's been doing whatever. Please book them. And whatever the EPA does after that, that's fine. But surely the police can find them having illegal works done there on their cars. It's the modifications that you can really pick up on. So if police don't want to do it, they don't care. That's another matter. That needs to be addressed in a different forum.
Thank
So
you.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Souness. Are there any?
Yeah, I second
Yeah,
that.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to speak in support of the amendment. Sorry, councillors, I haven't prepared any puns on this one, but at the way that the notice of motion sits at the moment, it seems to indicate to the community that there is an expectation that council staff will be able to sit there and review footage. So I'm in support of this amendment, because I'd really like the clarification on the legislation, and I think that will then sort of impact on whether the community has an expectation that staff are able to do this kind of surveillance and review of footage. So that's all I wanted to add to it.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen. Any other? Councillor Werner?
Yeah, I'd like to
speak for the motion. I think that this amendment actually comes under number 1 of the motion, which is a report. And remember, this motion is only a report, so to prepare a report, and a report into the legislative framework in New South Wales. That's number 1 in that motion. So the amendment is actually contained in that number 1 item of this motion. So I actually think that the amendment, and especially if this amendment is instead of the original motion, I can't support it, because that actually then means the motion lapses. So can I just clarify that the amendment is additional to the motion, or is instead of?
The amendment is instead of.
Instead of. Okay, well, in which case, yeah, I just want to reiterate that that amendment is actually, I believe, part of point 1, which would then tell us what the legislative framework is. And so so that would actually give us, the motion itself would give us that.
Thank you, Councillor Werner. Any other speakers? Councillor Naji?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the GM or to the appropriate director, knowing that this notice of motion, have we done any preliminary inquiries to see whether it's legal or it's enforceable or whether it's legislated? Thanks.
Thank you. I'll ask the GM to respond.
Through the Mayor, the advice that we've received to date is that the current legislation in New South Wales does not support the issuing of fines or penalties in relation to the noise cameras at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I've just solved the riddle, or it's pretty straightforward, and I think it'll be a waste, in my opinion, of time to go down a path, inquiring further if we know these are the true facts of the legal side of things. And I think it'll be a waste of time from our officers to take any further action or report. Look, I'm all in favour of dealing with hooning. We've been doing that since 2004. Now, whether it's hooning, whether it's cars backfiring, and that relates to committing a traffic offence, committing an EPA with the backfiring and so on. And at one stage, when this council communicated with the New South Wales Police, we had the local command, and credit to the previous mayors, and I'm not going to mention them all, they've all had that relationship with the local police. And it worked when they had highway patrol, saturated highway patrol, and at some stages, Madam Mayor, they've had a blitz where they've had about 5, 6 cars pulling over all these cars that were hot. They used to pull them over and go through to see if anything complies or doesn't comply. And you know what? It did. It worked for a while. They started going somewhere else. They didn't come down Brighton. But we just need to work with the police and be consistent. Be consistent communicating, because the only enforcement agency in this issue dealing with hooning is the New South Wales Police. No ranger can pull over a car and book them for an infringement or being hooning or doing anything. Now, just a quick background of my background. People think I'm only good at cooking chickens and fried chips. I was an owner of a major security company, which I was proud of, for over 30 years. And our expertise were in the electronics. And cameras are state of the art these days. And they're one of the main tools that the police rely on for evidence. Now, I want to take you through memory lane to councillors who were on this council when we were taken to a control room in Brighton above Coles. We've got a state-of-the-art control room. for the cameras that were all over. And my concern was then, if we are not monitoring this 24 hours, having a licensed security guard watching these cameras, and when an incident occurs, picks up the phone and call police straight away. Police radio, they act and go on. Now, the only way that these cameras have been effective is when someone, a resident or someone else, reports an incident where we can go and retrieve that incident, give it to the police view it, and if a crime has been committed or a traffic incident, they can issue a fine or take someone to court. That's all. Now, and I understand the spirit of the motion by Councillor Douglas, but if it's not legal and it's not legislated, we are wasting time, really. Let's concentrate, and all of us, how we can improve in dealing with hooning are much better to lessen the impact on the residents. But believe you me, if we don't get the New South Wales police on board with us, nothing is going to be done. It'll only, because you can have speed cameras, you have red light cameras, and if people are going to commit a crime, they do, and they get picked up and they get issued with a fine. You cannot stop hooning 100%, but what we could do is work with the New South Wales Police to make sure that their presence, their highway patrol, is in the area at certain time when we give them a pattern, whether it's a Friday night, a Saturday night or a Sunday night, to go out there and start issuing fines to the people who do the wrong thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naji. And I think I just, if I refer councillors back to the mayoral minute about the smart camera trial, where we actually look at forming a hooning working party, which will be led by Steve Camper, the MP for Rockdale, and that will be that will have the police, it will have community, and I think that is a really positive way forward. All right.
Can I just add something, Madam Mayor?
Certainly, Councillor Cedric.
Thank you. Look, I think this is a great initiative, and I commend Councillor Douglas, and I commend the speakers. Noise is a major issue down at Brighton, especially. Sandringham, St Susie, Ramsgate, we all know this. We all want to solve it, and we've tried our best to do this. Noise and hooning is the #1 issue, as we all know. I've got a bit of a different spin on this, though. My issue is, like you just mentioned, we've spent and invested a lot in these new LPR smart cameras. Now, I believe if these cameras aren't working, then we need to look at something else. And this might be the solution. But at the moment, what we have in front of us, we've just gone out to the community over and over again. We've just had Channel 9 report on us saying we've got these LPR smart cameras. I think we've got to give that an opportunity to either work or not work. And there's a subsequent motion looking at that success. And to your motion, to your mayoral minute, Madam Mayor, the other issue is that we've got this working group now, which I think is a great initiative. And if these smart cameras aren't working, then this might be a place for that to be brought to the floor, especially if it's led by Steve Camper, the state MP, and since this is potentially a state issue. So maybe to add to Councillor Savranowski's motion or amended motion, if we could add in there, with his indulgence, council right to the Minister of Local Government and our state member, Steve Camper, to look at this further. And if he wants to bring it to the working group, that's maybe something going forward. If he doesn't,
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cedric.
Thank
Are
you.
you happy to add that to the motion?
Madam Mayor, regrettably, I've given it a lot of consideration, but as you have previously said in terms of the mayoral minute, no, I respectfully thank you for your suggestion. I did give it a lot of consideration, and no. But while I'm on my feet, Madam Mayor, can we include what Councillor Sooner said? I don't want to affect our staff, our rangers' lifestyle, or I don't want to force them to work overtime, but if we can look at something, maybe on a trial basis to get the rangers, maybe pay them overtime or time in lieu, whatever, it's just something if we can look into that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Saranowski. We can look at doing some blitzes down there and random blitzes. All right, we have one more speaker, Councillor Douglas.
Hi. Yeah, look, I just want to be clear that there are noise cameras already in Wollongong and Coffs Harbour. So I'd like to see in writing that information, which is whether, and because my legal advice has been that this is possible. I consulted with the Director of City Futures, Mr. Barber, about this, and I asked him what the best way forward was. And he suggested doing a background report into the use of this tech.
You're just, Councillor Douglas, sorry to interrupt. You're breaking up again.
Okay, I will hold my microphone closer to my mouth. So I have consulted with the Director of City Futures, Mr. Barber, about this. And the idea is that we are just to do a background report into the use of this technology in London and check if there is legislative ability to implement it here. And then, if that's possible, look at possible funding sources. So it's really doing, what we're all talking about. It's just doing due diligence on this issue. So given the severity of this issue for residents, I'm just asking council to enable this report to be done to investigate what is a proven solution. Now, it's not, I'm just going to go, the idea of a couple of blitzes, I'm sorry, that's just Band-Aid as well. Hooning is a massive noise pollution issue for our residents. Backfiring, extreme deceleration, acceleration, crackle tuning, which is the addition of illegal aftermarket add-ons to make exhaust sound like gunshots. It's not speed, it's not running red lights, it's extreme noise pollution made by deliberate public nuisance driving. And it keeps our residents awake, it disturbs and destroys businesses and customer relationships, and it's creating stress and anxiety. And it's not an issue that we have alone. It's in London at the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, where they had the same issues. They trialled the noise cameras and they worked, so they've rolled them out widely, even more successfully. The way that it works is the noise camera is automatically triggered by sounds above a certain decibel. The camera records 5 seconds pre-roll and the incident. Then an alert goes to council officers who review the footage and see if it is public nuisance driving. Incidents of public nuisance driving are then sent to police to charge. Road Rule 291 in New South Wales requires that a person must not start a vehicle or drive in a way that makes unnecessary noise or smoke. This noise camera, unlike the LPR camera, does not rely on community reporting. It means police don't need to be on the ground, nor do rangers, because we know policing and ranger resourcing is limited, and as soon as they leave a site, the hoons return. So these specific noise cameras have worked so well in London that they're now in Paris and New York, and the next stop could be Bayside residents. Given the severity of this issue, I really do ask council to really seriously think about what the impact of knocking this back is. It's not a big cost for council to do an internal report compared to the cost of not acting on this issue for residents' mental and physical health, and the cost to local businesses and Bayside's reputation.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With the indulgence of Councillor Saranowski, and I know he's a tough customer, but I think hopefully we might be able to suggest something that helps us move forward with this. I would like to see some action taken on this tonight. I totally agree with Councillor Douglas. Noise is its own issue. An LPR camera, it can't hear. It's not going to solve noise issues, I'm afraid, Councillor Cedric. And we do need to take separate action on it, I believe. Unfortunately, from my understanding, the current legislative scheme is totally inadequate for dealing with this. It's written in a bygone era. It almost sounds like it was written by somebody who's parking in one of Councillor Souness's doof cars outside of Brighton RSL. In the protection of the environment operations, noise control regulation, what it makes it illegal to do is a person must not cause or permit a motor vehicle to be used on a road or road-related area if the vehicle is capable of emitting noise at a level in excess of the level specified, blah, 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 blah. It's not even illegal to emit the noise. It's illegal to have a car that can emit the noise. It's an unworkable scheme. The police have a big problem with it. And a big part of the reason, the next part of this, of why this doesn't work at the moment, and this should be changed, and we should be supporting its change by the state government, is to determine the maximum noise level for the purposes of this regulation of a motor bus, a car, a motorcycle, a lorry. I haven't heard that term in a while. It's to be determined in accordance with the National Stationary Exhaust Noise Test Procedures. Now, if you go to the national, whatever it is, the test method for all vehicles, the microphone position. The microphone shall be directed towards the orifice of the exhaust outlet and shall be supported by a tripod or similar device, not providing excessive acoustic reflection. Now, that doesn't really describe a noise camera, unfortunately, and it is a joke. It should be illegal to emit noise from a vehicle in excess of the allowed amount. And council, as the local authority that has the power to deal with noise generally, should practically be able to do this. We need change from the government. So what I would suggest is, with Councillor Savranovsky's indulgence, is that we make it very clear that we write to the Minister for Local Government and we write for the Minister of the Environment, who makes this regulation, and request legislative change to allow us to operate these noise cameras. And I'm sure everyone's seen the noise camera signs on Mount Ousley Road. The fact that that's still up and not operating is just a joke. So I think we need change. I think we need to support change to the regulations. So that council can actually take action on noise.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Do you accept that amendment? All right, then you have the right of reply. Councillor Savranovsky, no? All right, thank you. Therefore, I put the motion, all those in the amended motion, the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. All right, we now... No, if it's an amended motion, we vote on the amended motion. Yeah. All right, we're going to move to the reports now. I appreciate that, this is our first, we haven't had a meeting for a while. So, and we've given, a good opportunity to hear from residents tonight and take on board. In the interests of time, councillors, we'll try and move quite quickly through the following items. So I encourage you, only if you really have something that you want to add, that way. Yes, so we'll start with 8.1, Cook Park Kiama grant for the management. So moved by...
Madam Mayor, I just had a question, if okay. On that one?
We have to move in second.
Okay, sorry.
So it was moved by Councillor Savranovsky and seconded by Councillor Souness. So I have a mover and seconder. You had a question?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Just a question through you to the Director of City Futures. Can there be interpretive signage installed as part of that works program for the community to sort of recognise the benefits of those coastal dunes? So that was my only question, whether that's possible.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's not part of the grant scheme and the proposal that we put in. It's something that we could look at separately, but it's not part of that particular project. It's not within the scope.
But we can then look at it for investigation and potential grants to add to it.
Okay. So if I can just, probably saying the same thing, if I can just remind council in our last term that we agreed there is a notice of motion that was passed that all park renovation, rejuvenation, anything like that includes some sort of interpretive signage, whether that be a small pocket park or a major playground. There has to be something there which could be something about the history of the site, Indigenous heritage, whatever it might be, and that is actually existing requirement for all park upgrades in Bayside.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey. Any other speakers? Councillor Barlow?
I just wanted to congratulate the staff for getting this great grant, because I'm one of the councillors that went down there when we saw all the trees that were chainsawed down, and you could see all the trails going down through all the bushes, and they were going to, there's no way, I don't know when they did it, but it had to be done during the daylight hours. So I'm just congratulations, and hopefully we can fence it all off and protect those beautiful trees.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Any other speakers? All right, there being no other speakers, all those in favour say aye. Against, I declare it carried. Move on to 8.2. 8.2 is the infrastructure contributions reform. So it's a submission that council made. Is there a mover?
Just make a suggestion that we
So
write
moved
to.
by Councillor Saranowski and seconded by Councillor Morrissey.
I think we should write to all our MPs, whether they're in the lower house and the upper house, make them aware of our submission, and we write to the minor parties, the Greens, shooters parties and all those parties are in the upper house, because this, if the government forces this through, it's got major ramifications for local government, and it's important that we try and, I mean, we sort of stopped them last year, but I don't have much faith in when we're up against the bureaucracy of the state government in terms of money. It's important, I think, that we at least bring out all our MPs, lower, upper house, and the other minor parties, because if we're going to kill it, any attempts will have to be in the upper house, because that's the only hope that we would have, because the Labor Party, that I represent, we don't have the numbers in the lower house, but with the support of the minor parties in the upper house, we might be able to something there, because I have spoken to the opposition spokesman for planning and local government late last year, and he's indicated to us that he's very sympathetic to local government. And the thing that they were a bit upset about was consultation. So supposedly they've done consultation, which we all know is straight out the window. But I think if we can add those, at least get them on board.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Saranowski. So we add a number 3, which is that council rights to all the people that are listed there. So members of parliament in both houses.
Oh, okay, just the Bayside ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's already a letter that was on file before Christmas from Mark Latham, or whatever he is, a brilliant letter.
Yeah, all right. Yes, we can put it in the portal. Thank you. That's a good idea. Thank you. All right, I put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, I declare it carried. We now move on to 8.3. 8.3 is another submission. This one is in relation to the terminals bulk liquid storage expansion, which is in Friendship Road and Simblist Road at Port Botany. So we have a recommendation before us. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved Councillor Jansen, second Councillor Morrissey. Is there any discussion? No discussion?
Oh, only just to point out to council there that this is in the Randwick local government area, but does adjoin right on the boundary of Ward 1, which is Bayside. There is significant gaps in the information provided in terms of the environmental management of that site, and I want to congratulate the detail provided or acknowledge the detail and the questions addressed and asked of the powers that be in the submission, because there's a lot of gaps, and if the gaps aren't addressed, it is going to it's going to impact our local community. So it's a very, even though it's not in our GA, it's something that we really need to get behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey. Any further discussion? No. I put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. We now move to item 8.4. That's moved by Councillor Morrissey, seconded by Councillor Awada. Is there any discussion? Councillor Morrissey?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I have, I believe that I wanted to make an alternative recommendation just to provide a little bit more clarity and remove any vagaries, which is up on the screen. Thank you very much, Governance. So the original motion talks about determining an appropriate committee structure. Now, I know there's been a number of conversations around the councillor group, and therefore I'm recommending that or moving that we have city services, planning, environment, works and assets and corporate performance, which aligns directly with our directorates. Therefore, the committees will fall underneath each of those directorates, with each director therefore having accountability for those committees and the delivery of any actions taken. Just to be clear as well, is that this is just, we're not appointing anyone to committees. That's why we're suggesting there that the 23rd of February is that we prepare draft charter terms of reference, etc. So if this recommendation passes tonight, there's time for everyone to consider their positions and talk about that prior to the next meeting, which has already been called for the 23rd. Also, number 3 there, that just to talk about, just to make sure we're clear on and agree on the quorum, that we're recommending that each committee must consist of 7 councillors to be appointed at the extraordinary meeting next time. Is there a fourth? Is there a fourth one? Yeah? No? Okay, I wanted to add number 4, that the public be invited and there be a public forum at each of the committees. And that will be aligned with the existing code of meeting practice. So the intention is for the committees to be running under these directorates. The public can then, there'll be a published agenda similar to how we operate these meetings. The public will be invited to speak, whatever they're for or against, whatever they will be captured in the minutes. And then from that committee will then come to the council for endorsement. So they're an advisory committee, but it gives transparency to all councillors. Despite the fact there's going to be 7 councillors, like all our other committees, anyone's invited to attend and speak. The public will be able to speak at those meetings. Should they wish to then address council, again, this is a public meeting and they can speak again, although I would hope that most people would exercise common sense, and if they've spoken at a committee and their concerns and their voice has been minuted, that will be in the business papers for all of us to consider. They are advisory committees. And then number 5 is that the timetable outlined in the existing report be adopted as well, which is, it's something that's new. It's a change of the operating rhythm for the council, and it's talking about what happens on Wednesdays, basically. So the committee, there's 2 nights for committees, 1 night for the meeting, that the normal meeting that we have, as we are having tonight, and then weeks for, oh, sorry, I can't remember what weeks, but to the other week for information sessions as needed, and they can be called on an ad hoc basis.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McDougall, thank you. All right, are there any speakers? Councillor Werner?
Yes, yeah, Madam Mayor, thanks. I just wanted to clarify if we're also voting on when the committee meetings are, like, are they going to be one after the other, or are they going to be on at the same time concurrently?
Yeah, just through you, Madam Chair, it's whatever's recommended in the report, Councillor Werner, is what I'm suggesting that we proceed with. Noting that if this is new, if it doesn't work, we as a group, we can decide to reschedule in the interest of fairness and everyone's availability.
So, Councillor Morrissey, did you want to add that as an additional point?
It's in there as point. Do we get that? Timetable number 5.
Oh, excellent, it's there on the screen, so that the timetable. Any further discussion? All right, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I have some, I suppose I would describe them as reservations about this, but the reservations arise out of probably me not properly understanding how this is going to work. And look, I stand before you and I'm the first one to admit that quite clearly I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. But the way I like to look at these things is I take what I call a helicopter view. And I look down on them and I think, right, how is this going to improve the efficiency and the delivery of services to our residents and ratepayers? Now, local government, as you know, is at the bottom of the food chain. Local government is bound by rules, regulations, legislation, mandatory statutory requirements and reporting. And I'm only guessing, but I reckon it probably takes up 30% of the time of council staff. Just meeting these statutory obligations, these things that are imposed upon us. Local government is not known for being nimble. Local government is bound up by this stuff. And when I get in this helicopter and look down, I hover down to the level of this, and I've got to say that I see another layer. It throws off Sarah Lee, layer upon layer. And I wonder why we're imposing upon ourselves more committees. Now, I'm the first one to admit I could well be wrong. This could work extremely well. I really don't know. I suppose, you know, if it's going to come back with more information, maybe I'm going to be a bit more enlightened. But I really do like looking at these things from the point of view of how do we get from point A to point B to deliver the services and the facilities to the residents and ratepayers in the most efficient manner, having regard to the backdrop of all that imposed legislation that already consumes an enormous amount of time. So at this point in time, I've got to say that I'm not convinced about this. That's just the way I feel about it, and I just can't see at this point how it's going to actually improve the efficiency of delivering those services to the ratepayer. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. And I think, you know, some of the feedback we've received, you know, from communities around that transparency and community wanting to be engaged and to hear what's going on, and the opportunity then for published reports that also provides that information is certainly what's been raised with myself and other councillors as well. So is there any other speakers? All right.
Yeah, just, you know, you did speak to us about the committees, and I thought, well, I've got to wait and see what I can see in the report. As the second longest serving councillor in this chamber, I have been through many ups and downs of whatever with committees. When I was first elected, we had a building committee because we looked at all the DAs. We had a city services committee. Finance committee was a committee of the whole. We had council meetings at the first and third Wednesday of the month. But when we came to the general briefings and the workshops, wow, that was really the best way to go, because everyone in this room, if they chose to come to the GM briefings that they're called now, certain people didn't come to any. They won't turn up at committee meetings, I'm pretty sure they won't. But I was fully informed every single time. I have looked at this and I thought, well, I'd like to be on that committee and that committee. They are running concurrently, I believe, so I can't be on that committee and that committee. So how do you work out, how do you become fully informed if you're not at one of the committees? That is, you're going backwards, actually. You might think you're going forwards. Maybe I've been here too long, but I have seen how it works. The best way was what we just had. Okay, the public can't come because we had very informal discussions. We could actually discuss a lot of issues you can't discuss in a public forum. And to have someone come to a committee meeting, they can talk. I can bet bottom dollar they'll be here at the council meeting saying exactly the same thing. You cannot stop them coming to a council meeting. You can stop them at a committee meeting by not allowing them to come. So they're going to have two bites at the cherry. There'll be certain people, I think, that once they realise, oh, you beauty, I'll be here, and I'll come to the meeting. Then I'll come to the council meeting. So you're going to hear, and you can't stop them coming. You can't stop them coming and talking. You can't even say to them, you can't say what you said a week ago unless you put it in I don't think you can even actually stop that because it's a different forum. So I'm saying that I cannot support this in its current form. I've spoken to people at Sutherland. Someone that was a councillor that was here was elected with me in 95. So I spoke to him today. He's fine. He was a Labor councillor, then he was an independent, and now he's a Liberal. So he went, oh, Liz. Yes, so, and they have their committees, and they actually can go to every single committee, but it's all, I think it's all on the one night. But I think he got a shock that I rang him. I thought, well, I don't know anyone from most councils. And I thought, I can ring Ken. So he said theirs works reasonably well, but it is after each other. But to run committees on the same night at the same time, you are restricting every single person in this room of being fully informed. And that's the local government. We have to be fully informed. So to me, I thought the GM briefings, they were workshops way back when, were a much better forum for everyone in this room to be fully informed. So at the moment, if that's that they're going to run on the same night, you're actually restricting everyone in this room. So at the moment, I can't support it the way it is, but it's disappointing. And then very disappointing because I saw the report and they weren't allowing speakers on the committee meetings. You've just changed it. So it's up to you. You've got the numbers, so I know that it's going to go through, but I've had my say.
No, thank you, councillor. And, and I think allowing people the opportunity to contribute and have a say is really important. And so, Councillor Nagy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be as brief as possible. I have two issues, and it's fine having all these committees. Just two issues, and maybe Councillor Morrissey can clarify how it's going to work. The two issues I have, the public forum, I don't have a problem. I mean, the public can attend, but when they're able to speak at the committee and be able to speak at the extraordinary, at the council meeting, that is a bit too much. That's only my opinion. Not that I doubt whether it's going to be any different, but I don't have a problem for attending both the committees and that, but maybe a restriction, not a restriction, having just keeping the public forum in the council meeting. That maybe can be sorted out. The only other issue that I have, if let's say I nominate city services and city, city planning, I haven't got my glasses on, but anyway, and they happen to be running concurrently, I would have a problem to be able to go from one room to the other, or whether it's city services to city works, and they're both going concurrently. That disadvantages me as a councillor to be informed. So I don't know, maybe, we can think about how we're going to run these, whether, and I know we're thinking about timing, it might be a long night, is having one committee, then the second one, or maybe go through the nominations, and if we're able to ensure that one person isn't on the same. So I don't know, this is the issue, how we're going to run them concurrently, where a councillor may be on both of them.
I think you make a good point. So how about I suggest that between now and the extraordinary meeting, councillors nominate their two top preferences, and then let's look at how that plays out, and then if there's no clashes, or then we can potentially look at the consideration we'd have to have with one going one after the other is because it is a public forum and it's live streamed, that if you advertise a starting point, you've got to start at that particular you've got to start at that point. And if the first one finishes early, then people are sitting around waiting for the next one because it can't start till the advertised time. But why don't we have some discussions over the next 2 weeks and see how everyone, what people are interested in, and we can work it out from there. All right.
Can I just make a suggestion? If it's decided not to have public speakers at the committee meetings, then at least I think they should be live streamed, because
they will be, Councillor Werner.
Okay,
it's a requirement. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Douglas, who's been waiting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me? I do want to say I do have reservations about this because we can't all be properly briefed on the issues as the committees are running concurrently. At best, we can only be briefed as councillors on half the issues, and I question whether it even meets the Code of Meeting Conduct regulation, which says councillors must be well informed. I also have to say, if we are to adopt these internal committees, we really need a fair and equitable way for the selection of the committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillor Cedric.
Madam Mayor, I also share some of these concerns, especially what Councillor Barlow mentioned. Through you, if maybe the General Manager or Councillor Morris, you could answer this. Is there a reason why we went from the previous scenario and info session or GM briefings to this? What are the main differences overall, and is this, in your opinion, more positive, or what are the key positive outcomes?
So what this allows for, by having committee meetings, that means that there are reports that are published. Those reports are then available the same as a council meeting. They're published a few days before. They're then available to the public. So say, for example, at the moment, if I went and asked, what do we do, for example, if someone's interested in what we do in youth services and senior programs. So that would be an example where there are reports provided to the committee meetings that then informs the public of all the things that are happening, because currently there's not an avenue to do that, and we get that misconception again that we're not doing anything, such as in relation to climate, such as into licence recognition. So it's about keeping the community informed, and then if there's questions around particular matters, we can refer the community to the publication and say, look, here's the report. So it's a published document that provides all the information there. It also is an opportunity for all councillors to read all the reports and become informed about what's actually going on. If there is something that you want addressed by council, then that's the avenue to bring it to council, to bring it to the committee meeting, where council officers will then write a report for the committee meeting, so that then their councillors are informed again around what's currently happening, what's planned, and then can put recommendations for consideration to the full council. So all those briefings, all those committee meetings will be live streamed by sound, and can also be listened to by councillors at a later date. But I'm happy to look at how what councillors are interested in. If there is a real desire for councillors that want to go to 4 committee meetings, then we can look at arranging that structure. So it's, at the end of the day, it's but from experience, and I know we have a new term of council, but there's attendance was quite low at a number of things. So if there's, when councillors are really interested in something, can be really focused on a couple of committees that they really have an interest in, but could still go to the next room, and if there's an item on that committee, they could then go and listen to it and speak to it. So there's no restrictions there.
Sorry, another question for you, Ms. Madam. Thank you for that. What about if if we have 15 councillors wanting the one committee? What happens there? What's the process? No, 15. Well, you said there's only 7.
What we said was, let's look at what comes. Let's have a look at where people's interests lie first. So we'll send out something in the next this week, in a few days, give people time to reflect and have a look at what's incorporated, and then and then if it is that there is interest, well, maybe that one all 15 councillors can attend and can speak. So
That's out of, you don't have to be on a committee, do you?
no,
That's optional?
You can attend and, oh, no, you don't need to be on one.
If you don't volunteer for any committee, you don't have to come. Okay.
Yep.
I've never missed anything. I'm a busybody.
I know, Councillor
And
Barlow.
I'm very disappointed though if this goes through, because for once in my 26 years, 27, I will not be fully informed at each council.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow.
Question, Madam Mayor. I'll be quick. We've got 4 committees there. For example, the Sports and Rec Committee, where is it going to go under? Are we going to have the opportunity to know about where the other's going to fall in before we can nominate?
Yeah, so if in the actual council report, it under each of those, it outlines all the different areas. So, for example, Sport and Rec is in city services. So it gives councillors an indication of the type of topics and reports. And look, if it, you know, for the interests of, you know, if we want to spread them out and that they occur individually and everyone can attend all 4, that's fine. It's all right. So,
Sorry, I have already spoken. I'm just wondering, would I ever be able to add something else?
A quick point, Councillor Hannah.
This is just my fallback position because I'm still not convinced about this because I think it's highly bureaucratic and it's adding a hell of a lot more stuff. But having said that, is there any way that we could maybe put a date and make this, you know, when it comes in, on a trial basis, maybe till the end of the year, perhaps, or something?
That's something councillors can consider at the extraordinary meeting.
I'm really very concerned. I don't want council to get constipated by committees.
No.
I want a nimble council that can actually deliver to the residents. You know, what are we aiming for here? Are we aiming to get all these committees? We want to spit stuff out the other end. So, you know, I'm not convinced about it, but I really do think that maybe if we can put a date on it, at least I've got something on the horizon.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. All right.
Maybe suggesting to do it on a yearly. May I suggest a sachet of Movicol will help Councillor Hannah. But if we can have it on a yearly basis to be reviewed, it'll be great. Thanks.
Yeah, and we can consider those things when the terms of reference are drafted and so on. So now I'm going to put the motion. So all those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Called it division. I'll just wait for division. All right, Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Muscat. Councillor Fardell. Councillor Jansen. Councillor Naji. Councillor Saranowski. Councillor Tunis. Councillor Werner. Councillor Wada. Councillor Barlow. Councillor Hannah. Councillor Douglas.
Against.
Councillor McDougall. Councillor Cedric. Thank you. I declare, I got to vote for, sorry. So I declare the motion carried. All right, let's move to 8.6, the quarterly budget review. Oh, sorry. I think it's getting late. Just time to put my glasses on. All right, 8.5. Thank you, councillors. Code of meeting practice. Do I have, there's a recommendation. Do I have a mover? Move Councillor Naji, second Councillor Saranowski. Any discussion?
I have an amendment that I'd like to raise, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Douglas.
I move an amendment that the officer recommendation be adopted subject to clause 1111 of the model code being included with the additional words added to that clause being or otherwise the words unanimous being recorded when all voting is the same. So basically, it's all voting at council meetings, including meetings that are closed to the public, be recorded in the minutes of meetings with the names of the councillors who voted for and against each motion or amendment, including the use of the casting vote being recorded, or otherwise the words unanimous being recorded when all voting is the same. As we heard during our induction, about 50% of councils in New South Wales do this procedure where they record all votes for and against without a division being called, and I think it's really important for the transparency of our minutes and for our community that they have the option to review the minutes no matter how old they are. The recordings that are made online are only needing to be there for 12 months, and to actually wade through hours and hours of footage to find out how your local councillor voted on issues is just not possible for most residents. It's a small thing that we can do to create more transparency and trust with our local community, that at any stage in the weeks following a council meeting, they can quickly look back and see which way their councillor voted on every issue.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillor Naji?
Yeah, should have to...
Oh, sorry, I need a... Sorry, Councillor Naji. So I need a seconder to Councillor Douglas's amendment. Second, Councillor Barlow. Councillor Naji.
Madam Mayor, the Code of Meeting Practice, and with the experience that we've had since 2004, whether the Mayor at the time chairing the meeting calls the meeting, whether unanimous or not, there's an opportunity for every councillor to ask for a division, and there's also an opportunity for any councillor that objecting to the notice of motion that was passed to say that, can I have my name recorded against it? So I can't see what is the issue here. And I'm not going to change things in the Code of Practice to suit councillors that are going to grandstand with the community. The community are intelligent enough to watch on live stream. The community is intelligent enough to know how their councillors vote. And the community is intelligent enough to vote for them at the election or to vote against them, whether they believe they were working for the community or not. Our Code of Meeting Practice has the mechanism to indicate to the councillor, to the community, how their councillors voted. And you can do that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'll be in supportive of the councillor's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naji. Councillor Morrissey.
I'll join Councillor Naji in voting, I think, if you're saying against the amendment. Is that right? That's right. So to Councillor Naji's point, everyone, as it's happened tonight, you call a division, it takes a minute and it's done. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've talked about our transparency in the last item, which is, public forum at committee meetings. It's not about it. It's just about the efficient running of the meeting. Quite often we've got these reports, and sometimes there's debate. A lot of the time there's not. I think there's no reason to change it, and therefore I'm not against the motion, and will be supporting. If that fails, I will be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, councillors. Well, I put the amendment there. So all those in favour of the amendment say aye. We need to go through the process first. All those in favour say aye. Against? Aye. Would you like to call a division? We shall call a division. So this is on the amendment. So for or against the amendment, Councillor Morrissey. Against. Councillor Muscat. Against. Councillor Fidel. Against. Councillor Jansen. Against. Councillor Naji. Councillor Saranowski. Councillor Tsounis. Councillor Werner. Councillor Wyder. Councillor Barlow. For. Councillor Hannah. Councillor Douglas. For. Councillor McDougall. Councillor Sedrak. I declare the amendment lost. I now put the and myself, I am against. I declare the amendment lost. I now put the original motion. All those in favour of the original motion say aye. Aye. Against, declare it carried. All right, 8.6 councillors, quarterly budget review statement. Move Councillor Barlow, second Councillor Souness. Any discussion? Then I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, declare it carried. 8.7, this is in relation to the Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference. This is for nomination for voting delegates. There is an opportunity for 9 voting delegates. Is there a mover and a seconder to the motion? Move Councillor Nagy, seconder Councillor Jansen. I will now take nominations off the floor. So any nomination from Councillor Werner? Any further nominations?
Councillor Douglas would like to attend, please.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you.
Councillor McDougall. Councillor Barlow. I know it's very challenging due to work commitments that a number of councillors I know would love to attend, but due to work commitments during the week, it's very difficult to attend. So therefore, did she want to attend? Well, there's enough spots, so she can all.
So we'll have to know before we make the bookings because there will be a cost incurred if you pull out.
So within the by the end of the week. Okay, so all right, so then I put it that the councillors named on there be nominated as voting delegates for the Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference. All those in favour say aye.
I'm not sure if in the body of the report, those councillors that had actually nominated, if they don't turn up, they will be paying for the cost of that conference. Is that clear correct in the report?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilder. Yes. All right, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Aye. Declare it carried. We now move to the Waste Conference. So do I have a mover and a second? Move Councillor Wilder, second Councillor Saranowski. Is there? Thank you. So again, I know I'm going to go this year because you recommend it all the time, and I think so. What I'll do, councillors, again, I shall take recommendations off the floor. So we might just go around the room because I think there's quite a bit of interest. Again, if you commit to going and you don't go, then you are responsible for paying for it. Councillor Morrissey? Yes. Councillor Muscat? Councillor Fidel? Councillor Jansen?
Can I just confirm this is one that we could participate in online as well? That was...
I don't think so.
Okay, so no.
Okay. Councillor Nagy? Yes. Councillor Souness? Yes. Councillor Werner? Yes. No. Councillor Barlow? Yes. Councillor Hannah? No. Councillor McDougall? Cedra? Councillor Cedra? Councillor Cedric will confirm. Councillor Douglas?
No, sorry, I can't attend.
Thank you. All right, and I will nominate 2, please. All right, so
I think Councillor Douglas said she wasn't going. Oh,
she said no.
Thank you.
There being no further discussion, I put the motion as on the screen. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, declare it carried. We now move to 8.9, which was a fire order issued for 86 Arncliffe Street, Wallow Creek, in the vicinity of So we'll move Councillor Hannah, second Councillor Jansen. Is there any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. All in favour? Against? Declare it carried. I now move to 8.10. It is the clause 4.6 variations to the development standards, and it is the quarterly report. Moved by Councillor Barlow, seconded by Councillor Hannah. Do I have any discussion? No discussion. I put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. I now move to item number 8.11, the September to December 2021 statutory financial reports consolidated. Is there a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Nagy, seconded Councillor Barlow. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. Item 8.12. This is the disclosure of pecuniary interest returns for designated persons, first return. So I have a recommendation. Moved Councillor Awada, seconded Councillor Jansen. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. We now move to the minutes of the committees. So the minutes, the first minutes is 9.1, the minutes of the Brighton Les Sands Working Party meeting, noting that we have taken an item out. We will just wait while Councillor McDougall and Saranowski leave the chamber.
Chair, there's no tension. Why can't we move up all the committees? Yes. Unless someone wants to pull something out of traffic, or I'll second that.
Well, we would need to move the first one because we've got councillors out who may want to pull something out of another committee. So yeah, we'll go quick. All right. So 9.1, we have a mover. Moved to Councillor Souness, seconded Councillor Cedric. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I declare the minutes confirmed. Would you like to invite Councillor Saranowski and McDougall back into the room? All right, 9.2, the minutes of the Bayside Traffic Committee on the 17th of November. Moved Councillor Nagy, seconded Councillor Souness. No, any discussion? No. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. What I might ask, has anyone got any declarations in the other minutes? No. Does anyone want to pull out any items? Move a procedural motion, moved by Councillor McDougall, second by Councillor Souness. Are there any items in the other minutes that any councillors would like to pull out? No, therefore then, based on the procedural motion, I move that 9.2, the minutes of the Traffic Committee on the 17th of November, 9.3, the minutes of the Risk and Audit on the 25th of November, the 9.4, the minutes of the Botany Historical Trust meeting on the 6th of December, 9.5, the minutes of the Bayside Flood Plan Risk Committee meeting, 9.6 minutes of the Bayside Traffic Committee on 15th of December, 9.7 minutes of the Extraordinary Bayside Traffic Committee on 27th January. Can I have a mover? Councillor Morrissey, second Councillor McDougall. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? I declare the minutes confirmed. All right, that takes us to some other notices of motion. So we'll now go to councillors, we are nearing our time of 11 p.m. So our councillors do. Oh, all right. Well then, That's moved by Councillor McDougall, second Councillor Morrissey. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. All right, let's go. So we have notices of motion. We have 10.1, notice of motion request for ministerial visit to Bayside, Grand Parade, Brighton, Forest Road and Stony Creek Road, Bexley. Councillor Saranowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very, very brief. I could go on for hours and hours and hours in relation to this, but I won't. Madam Mayor, the intention of this is simply to ask the government, the Minister of the Crown, our representatives in government, irrespective of what political party they are, is to show us the courtesy to turn up and see firsthand the situation. If I can talk on Grand Parade and Bay Street. Madam Mayor, late last year, and this is, I'm not going to be political, but we got notified 10 minutes before the turning of the soil, the M6, in down at Bicentenary Park, that the Premier was going to be there. We were given 10 minutes, but they don't have the time to come to Brighton and see firsthand what's going on in terms of the Cahoons. And we've been pushing forward, Rockdale Council and Bayside Council has been pushing for a number of years to put up red light cameras, speed cameras in Bay Street, Grand Parade. And according to the government, they don't believe it's a high priority. They don't believe in a high priority. Now, as the elder statesman on the council, Madam Mayor, a number of years ago, I can't remember most of it before the meeting, there was problems down at Brighton. And what happened was, and this is the intention of my notice of motion, was the minister at the time was Michael Costa, the police minister. He came out and saw firsthand and gave a ministerial order in terms of the police to regularly patrol and prosecute and confiscate the cars. Now, the police at Montgomery Street are doing an excellent job, but it's basically the resources. And it needs the ministerial direction, because Councillor Douglas, I want to thank her, she sent me 2020 November an email from the bureaucrats at the New South Wales Transport that they believe Bay Street, Grand Parade is a low priority. It's not an urgent thing. This is, and as I said when I spoke on the previous notice of motion about the noise camera, this is not a responsibility of Bayside Council. We have spent thousands and thousands of dollars. I think we've got about 50 or 60 cameras in Bay Street and around Brighton on it. It's not our responsibility. It's the police responsibility. I go to Brighton, Madam Mayor, at least twice a week, and I see firsthand what's going on. And I shouldn't say this, but it's a fatality waiting to occur with these Cahoons. There is a 40 zone between Moat Avenue and Grand Parade. You actually see the signs. There's a dummy photo of a speed camera at one of the shops. Well, it doesn't exist. There's a 40k zone. No one polices it. From from Duke Street to I'm just trying to think of the street. Bruce Street. It might be Gordon Street. There's no left-hand turn Monday, Saturday, Sunday. Well, guess what? Nobody polices it. We gave the police a number of parking spots opposite Novotel. We gave them opposite the restaurants. The police do a tremendous job, but it's once in a blue moon, Madam Mayor. And this is simple things that we've got to get the minister to come down and see firsthand, not during the day. Our local member, Steve Camper, he had a petition a few years ago and he got Minister Grant to come down and see firsthand. And then it died down. Then all of a sudden, it just exploded. It is a crisis happening in Brighton every weekend. At least I'm there on a Friday night or Saturday. I'm there every weekend, and there's Cahoons. There's one police car. That's it. There was a car that turned right from Grand Parade into Bay Street and clipped one of the bollards that we have. If the bollard wasn't there would be a fatality. And I understand the police are doing a tremendous job, but they need the resources, they need the government to come down and see firsthand. Because, Madam Mayor, I'm not going to be political. The Labor Party's at fault too. on it, that we've got the current situation that we've got here. Because when the Labor Party sold, the party that I belong to, and I'm proud to be a member, they sold the police station at Rockdale. Sold. And I went and saw the commander, I saw the police minister, and we were assured, the people of Rockdale at the time, that we were going to get a mobile police station. Guess where we got it from? From Botany. It was a publicity stunt. I've got the media release that Frank Sato issued and said it is great that we've lobbied hard for a mobile police station. It's going to be outside Novotel. We had it once. It's a photo shoot. It was from Botany. Thank you for Botany supplying it. Oh, Mascot. That was it. We never saw it again. And I spoke to the Minister Kelly at the time. Yeah, it was a mobile police station. We never saw it. And then, and I was embarrassed because we were assured at the time, the councils of Rockdale, that by closing the police station at Rockdale, there was going to be more foot patrols. Well, that never occurred. Former member of Rockdale, John Flowers, campaigned to reopen the police station. Well, that fizzled out. We had a problem with the jet skis around that time. Rockdale Council donated $5,000 for a buggy, police buggy, beach buggy. We only saw it once. I was there, Frank Sato was there, and Ferdinand Lee was there. And that was to overcome the issues of the jet skis. Well, we only saw it once, never saw it again. Yeah. The member for Rockdale, Mr. Camper, a few years ago did a petition. He got 10,000 people. It got debated in Parliament on it. All I'm saying is asking the previous minister, Constance, apparently he visits Brighton now, but he didn't have the courtesy to come down and see it firsthand, That's all we're asking, and to give a direction to say this is a fatality going to occur here. People's businesses, lives. I've seen the hoons from cars. I've seen them with the motorbikes on show. I fear for someone a fatality occur. And that's all I'm asking is that they come down through our member and ask them to come, not during the day, not at breakfast, but actually come down. And all it is half an hour of their time. They go in their comp cars up and down Grand Parade to go and open some Liberal Party hall that they funded, and we missed out. So I'm asking them to come, at least come and show us the courtesy. We've got the same rights as the Liberal seats. We're all human beings. We all pay our taxes. That's all I'm asking, because we got nothing from Minister Constance at all. Didn't come at all. And then I'll move on to, and my motion is to invite the Police Minister and the Minister for Transport. We might get a better hearing. Now, in relation to Stony Creek Road, we all know what's happening with the M5. That is an absolute disgrace what's happening. There should actually be a Royal Commission into this, Madam Mayor. We've been hammered left, right and centre because, as the elder statesman here, it sounds good, when they built the M5, we were given assurances that the traffic would decrease Stony Creek Road, Forest Road, Bexley Road. They all said it's going to happen. We went through the charade of, the public consultation when they said we're going to do the clearways, and there was supposed to be a review on the M5. Again, we wrote to Minister Constance and said, please come out and see it firsthand. Again, I pray to God that nothing ever happens, but there's been a couple of accidents there with the semi-trailers. One only has to go, any time during the day, you see the bank up of trucks on Forest Road, Stony Creek Road. People on Forest Road are suicidal because they can't sleep at night because it's 24 hours a day, trucks are bypassing the toll, the unfair tax. My greatest fear is on the intersection of Mars Street and West Botany Street, they've already got the gadget ready to install the toll. That's the next one. And all I'm asking is that we invite the Minister through Mr. Camper and ask him to say, come down and see firsthand. Now, we've had the media, Channel 9, Channel 7 have all done stories on it. We've had the Leader of the Opposition, Chris Minns, who's going to be the next Premier. He's been down there. He's sympathetic. He's sympathetic in our situation. And all we're asking is to get a fair hearing, to see it firsthand. In terms of the M5 toll, I don't think they're going to do anything because they've already sold it. They sold West Connect, so I'm not sure what the extra, the part of it. And in conclusion, Madam Mayor, when it first opened, the M5, and I love telling this story, Bob Carr former Premier said, son, this will never be told. Well, guess what? He got told.
Son or junior?
No, he told me son. I was a young boy then. But I won't say any more because it is fairly late at night, at 11 o'clock. But that's my pure intention, is to try. It's a new council, new ministers. They might show a bit of heart and come out and see it firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you for the motion. So that was moved by Councillor Saranowski and seconded by Councillor
It's just,
McDougall.
when I typed in Transport Minister, I went, there's a lady called Natalie Ward. She is the Metropolitan Transport Minister. They actually divided it all up, so she needs to go on the list.
Yep.
And Rob Stokes was, but he's now, I just looked it up now, but maybe Rob Stokes as well. But this Natalie Ward is actually listed as the Metropolitan Transport Minister. So she needs to come out. She's an MLC or what, the upper house, whatever. And it may be Rob Stokes because he's in infrastructure and pedestrian safety. So I'd just like to add those two to it as well.
Yep,
and definitely they've been asked more than once, about 10 times I'd say. But anyway, hopefully we do a scattergun effect and maybe we'll get one.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. So we've added those additional ministers. All right, any further discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Yeah, Councillor McDougall. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't say that loud enough. All right, we've got now 10.2, which is the Notice of Motion Heritage Grant Funding Program. So moved by Councillor Saranowski, seconded by Councillor Barlow.
I'm going to be...
I had an amendment I wanted to move. Do I do that first?
Yeah. Let me hear
Or maybe Councillor Saranowski might hear the amendment and think it's so wonderfully included. Yeah. I was just going to suggest a point 3. So there's no alteration to the actual motion, but I was going to add a point 3. That council reinstate the annual House of the Year awards covering several categories with a particular focus on sympathetic restoration and or additions.
Councillor Saranowski.
Sorry, I've piggybacked in on this because when I saw the rest of it, I thought, well, hang on, this is related, and it's something that council used to do. So, yep.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I've got no problems if, and I thank Councillor Hannah for it. Look, it's important for us to preserve the heritage and the streetscape of our area, our city. As I got older, I got more wiser and less cranky. And I was talking to Councillor Barlow. Yeah, I've seen the right. I mean, there's one opposite a house I saw where the home has been fully renovated, tastefully, and kept the facade of the house. Even my house, I've had twice with my wife. I actually wanted to save the lead light windows, and she wanted it removed and change the ceilings. But no, seriously, I walked the lights when we had the council elections. I had no one helping me letterboxing, so I had to go on letterbox, and I just sort of looked at Fast Street and Gibbs Street, and that sort of thought, well, maybe if we can push the residents along, to say to them, look, there's a grant, maybe restore particularly the front of the house, and particularly with the COVID situation. You may recall, Madam Mayor, I introduced the notice of motion last year, or I can't remember the year before, where we didn't charge DA fees, and that was encouraging people to sort of, while they're at home, to sort of start thinking about renovating and stimulate the economy. Same again, with this heritage grant, was to maybe that might prompt someone to fix the facade of their property. It might be encouraging the facade or the fence. And I did forget, thank you, Councillor Hannah, in relation to the reinstatement of the House of the Year, because in terms of if you know your house is the House of the Year, you're actually very proud of it, and it sort of like encourages other people to preserve the history of the area. So I'm sure it'll get adopted. So
thank you, Councillor Saranowski. Councillor Naji.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm all for heritage and the heritage grant funding. I just want a clarification through you. Now, these grants would only apply to existing heritage houses. Is that correct? And I'll explain why, where people could take advantage of the situation.
So I might defer to General Manager.
Through the Mayor. So the intention is to bring the detail of the policy to the next council meeting, but we have, in the draft that we're developing, it does apply to items that are on the current local heritage register. So you have to have that status on the property, the building, before you would be eligible to apply.
That's great to hear, because what I'm trying to avoid is I have a residence in my ward where the grants were in the past, I think they were around $1,000. He listed his house to be on the heritage list. And once the grants have stopped, he asked this council, and I was one of them, and I'm sure a few other councillors were, asked the council to unlist that. Now, I don't want that opportunity for any residents to use that as a grant given to improve the house, and when the grants are stopped in the future, if it does, then unlist their things. So if it only applies to existing listed heritage, I'm all for it. That's good.
Okay.
Can I just say, sorry, Joe. Just online what the gentleman said, can we look at also the, if we sort of come back to council, the conservation areas, for example, yeah, like not just only heritage listed, but conservation areas that
What, investigate potential conservation areas?
Yeah, the conservation, like if there's, yeah, it's just sort of, yeah, include that.
Okay.
Not only if it's heritage listed, but also if we're in a conservation area that we've identified.
Yep.
Through the Mayor, I think I understand what you're suggesting, Councillor Saravinovsky. Some councils have a two-tier system, so there's a slightly higher monetary rate that applies to individual heritage items that are applied for funding. And if you have a property that contributes to a heritage conservation zone and you're in that zone, you can apply, but it's at a lower rate.
Madam Mayor, I just had a question in regards to the House of the Year awards. I have some concerns about that because as a new councillor, I know nothing about that previous program. To me, that's just been added to the notice tonight. So preferably, I'd like a little bit more information about that, if that's being added to the motion.
Got a report coming back.
Yeah, so are you happy for that'll come back as a report so that councillors can be informed about what that looks like? All right, I no further discussion. I put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, declare it carried. We now move on to 10.3, which is update on traffic management for Bayside, using licence plate recognition smart technology to reduce hooning and antisocial behaviour. Moved by Councillor Sedrak, seconded by Councillor McDougall. Any speakers?
I'd like to speak, please.
Councillor Douglas.
I have an amendment for this, that council conducts a community awareness campaign to enable residents to know how these LPR cameras work, and in particular that residents need to be active in reporting public nuisance incidents that can then be followed up by council and police by reviewing footage captured on the LPR cameras. Council included in this community action campaign how these public nuisance driving incidents should be best reported.
I'm sorry, Councillor Douglas. I'm sorry, Councillor Douglas.
Yep.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. You don't want me to start from the beginning, do you? From the beginning?
Oh, you've already submitted it? Okay, it's on the screen, that's fine. So councillors can see there's an amendment that's been put on the screen. Do I have a seconder for the amendment?
We accept the amendment.
So councillors Sedrak and McDougall have indicated that they accept the amendment into the original motion. So therefore, I put the original motion with the amendment in it as per the screen. Any further discussion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be really brief, just quickly. Again, this is dedicated to Councillor James McDonald in regards to what he's done and the residents of those areas, and same with the General Manager. There is a lot of issues going on. There's also a lot of illegal activity that has been made, I've been made aware of. And I think the last point, other than trying to concentrate on combating hoons and antisocial behaviour, and I guess part of the second point is also updating residents on the progress, and we want to know basically how it's going. But the last point there, point 4, is that, and I really want everyone's support on that one, is that council seeks support from the state member and the state government in funding expansion of this and further projects. If this is successful and we get that information back, that we look at getting the state government involved further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cedra. Any other speakers? I put the, can I put the motion?
Just quickly, look, it seems when you're looking at Facebook, okay, it seems like there's a turf war between two councillors in a certain ward. Let me assure this council and the community that are listening and watching this live stream, I thought it's normal practice for council when they invest in a project of that kind, of any other kind, that the officers always prepare a report and comes back to councillors and give them that advice. So after that, it becomes public and it goes to the community. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe that this is up, that knowing that the staff is going to do that anyway. But I'll support it. There's no problem. But I just hope this Facebook turf war doesn't continue and provide extra unnecessary work, which the staff were going to do it, and put more pressure on the staff. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naji. All right, I put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, declare it carried. We now move to motion 10.4, which is support for investigating the Greek festival returning to Bayside in 2022. I've moved by Councillor Saranowski, seconded by Councillor McDougall.
Not too much on it, but I just wanted to add a couple of things if I could. In relation to point 2, I just wanted to expand it a bit, that we set up a working party with council officers and also the organisers of the Greek festival, and also councillors. 2-3 councillors to be on it. When I did it was that that we set up a working party. That's what I was looking for, because what needs to happen is that, and we've got to include the state member, because if we need to go to the government, then we need Steve to be, Mr. Camper to be in the loop, because as elder statesman, when the Greek festival was on in Brighton, it just changed the whole character of the area, and they're the ones that came and approached me and said, look, we want to bring it back to Brighton. And that's why I just wanted to, I've got no problems with the staff, but I think if we can have a mechanism when we do meet, or sorry, when the council meets the organisers, that at least we, the councillors, are in attendance to be in the meeting. So I'm quite happy to be there, and any other councillor, if Councillor Sunis wants to be in there. And then we invite Mr. Camper, in case wherever the location is going to be, we'll need to have quick decisions in relation to, because it used to be in Bay Street. Where it happens, I don't know, but they've put a submission into the state government and the federal government for funding, and it's a great opportunity. Like when I remember as a child going to Rockdale, Bay Street, it's just the stalls, the concerts they had was unique. It actually brought new people into the area. Parking was the problem, but if we can sort of by the elected councillors being there, and I would also would suggest you, Madam Mayor, to be there. Like, it just gives them a bit more confidence to know that there's elected councillors there. We're willing to work with them, and that where it's humanly possible to smash down walls or barriers, because that is what the community is looking for down in Brighton, to try and stimulate the area instead of having car hoons, you know, antisocial behaviour. And that's what this is. When they were in Brighton, it was a buzz. Like, and all the shopkeepers all donated, sponsored events, and it was just a real cultural festival. And the reason I say that we don't want to have barriers is that this event is only one day, could be two, or for a weekend. All it is one day. So what I don't want is, I don't want to be negative that they come to council and all of a sudden we put all these walls up, because particularly, if I can just sort of just put it on the table, we have closed Bay Street and Grand Parades for fireworks. We closed the street for the World Cup. I was there. When Greece won the World Cup. No, European, sorry, that's too much. When Bob Carr was actually picked up and carried through, it was actually picked up and it was carried over to Brighton along the Bay Street. That's what happened. I was there. So all I'm trying to say is that things can happen if we are committed in bringing it back. Well, I'm not, trying to give a direction, but if we really want them to come back, then we should be saying to them, let's work together. Let's go and see Mr. Camper. Let's go and see the state government and get funding on it. This may not even cost the council any money on it. So that's the idea on it. So, but we need to include Mr. Camper.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Saranowski. All right, I move that.
Yeah.
Is there any what we might do, Councillor Saranowski, is if any councillors would like to nominate to be on that working party off the floor now.
Yep.
Councillor Sedrak, Councillor McDougall, Councillor Tsounis, Councillor Saranowski and Councillor Jansen. Any others?
Douglas?
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you.
Thank you, because one of Councillor Sedrak's 7-point plan was to close Bay Street.
All right.
And that's why I'm very supportive of this motion.
Thank you.
Anything to boost Brighton. Thank you.
I know it's late. I put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, declare it carried. Let's move to 10.6. This is the change in closing procedure for car park gates located at the eastern end of Sononi Avenue where the club is. So moved by Councillor Sedrak, seconded by Councillor McDougall.
Just a correction.
I have some amendments.
Sorry. I don't think that, I think there's a mention that the club is in administration.
Well, not technically. They're looking for an amalgamation partner.
But I think in the body of that motion, in the explanatory bit, I don't think that's the case. So that
they are looking for an amalgamation partner.
So we might want to amend that. I don't believe they're in administration. They're merging with the Royal Catholic Club.
Yeah, thank you.
They haven't gone into
Councillor
administration.
All right. Well, Councillor Sedrak, you want to speak to your motion?
Just to be quick,
I've got some amendments.
Sure.
I've got some amendments. Sorry.
Well, I've asked. Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillor Sedrak will speak to his motion.
Just weary of time. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move another point 2. If the 16-foot sailing club fails in its obligation to close the Sononi Avenue gate, then council is obligated to close it, as are the gates in the LGA. Madam Mayor, this is quite simple. There was an obligation by the club to close this gate, like many gates in foreshore. They're not closing it. It's a major issue. There are illegal activity that's happening down this neck of the woods. We need to get on it. The people of the area, the residents, have called out for this numerous times, and only yesterday or the day before did we have police there at 11 p.m. and 12 a.m. For antisocial behaviour. All we're asking for here, guys, is to close the gates and to improve the greater security by improve on locking system. At the moment, it's insufficient. They're getting grinders and cutting off the locks. We need to invest in something a little bit better. similar to what we've done in other areas. And I implore everyone to support this. And I think Councillor McDougall will add to it.
Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I completely support this motion. Unfortunately, the club is failing in its obligations and we need to do something about it and make sure that car park is being closed. I'd just like to add point 5 that we identify this area for the installation of our next round of LPR cameras, as I think this is a hooning hotspot and this will really help, and it's an appropriate location for further expansion of these.
Yeah, you accept that good suggestion. Councillor Douglas?
I've got other amendments there as well. Please, can we discuss those?
Have you sent those amendments
Yep.
in?
Yep. They're on the screen, I think, if Lauren scrolls down. These have come about because I've been doing community consultation on this issue as well. So these are consultations led to these additional amendments, which I also checked with council staff around feasibility. The council gate to be fixed and maintained if damaged again. Council to open and shut the gate for the interim at a time determined by the council and club. Long term, the club take back over shutting the gate if possible after negotiations with the club if it's safe, and council to advocate for better lighting in the public car park to Aurora Energy, and that council install one of its mobile CCTV cameras above the gate to capture attempts to damage the gates and one under the club to prevent drug dealing there.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask a question? Sorry, Councillor. Before we run off, can we just check who owns the car park? Because we're talking about two. Okay, so then what we should be doing is writing to the Department of Lands, Crowns, bringing it to their attention, because to the entrance to the car park, I'm not 100% sure whether it's council or the clubs, because my understanding is I've got to declare an interest, actually, non-pecuniary interest, because I actually opened the renovations like 30 years ago, and there's a plaque there where the machines are. But my understanding, well, just before we send it off, before we send it off, can we just check who actually owns the car park, the actual car park where the club is, and the entrance to the car park? I've got a feeling we have an interest in it, so I'm not sure how we can be the policeman on a car park that we don't own. So we're better off writing to or checking with the Crowns, bring it to their attention of this alleged situation. Now, the club has apparently merged with Illawarra Catholic Club. So well, I'm conscious of the antisocial behaviour, but
no, thank you. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Councillor Douglas, are you happy that an amendment is that further items be investigated that you've raised that can be, are you happy to accept that further investigation be added to your amendment?
Of course. Yep, totally.
I think we've covered them in the original motion. I'm happy for one line of that.
Yes.
And that's what you just mentioned, but not everything.
That the matters raised there on the screen, or that matters be investigated around who owns the land, and also that the context may change. If the club amalgamates, then that changes the context. So there's a few moving parts at the moment. So Councillor Douglas, are you happy to withdraw and have your amendment considered as a further investigation section of the original motion?
No, not really. I mean, this is coming about from consultation with the community, and this is what they want.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. And councillors, I'm afraid, Councillor McDougall, you didn't give us enough time. We now have to extend a procedural.
We'll give you 20.
20? All right, moved. All right, so moved, Councillor Cedric, second, Councillor Fardell. All those in favour, against, declare it carried. All right, so we've got an amended motion, so we'll put the amended motion. The amendment.
And the comment is that this has spent a lot of time here. All they had to do, the residents just had to ring a councillor, and the councillor should have just come straight to the council without all this wasting time.
Yeah. All right. So
since we've got time, I haven't heard the answer to the question. Who's obligated to lock and unlock that gate? Do we know that answer?
General Manager.
So through the Mayor, So council installed the gate, and ultimately it is council's responsibility to open and close the gate in the same way we do with the other foreshore gates. However, under the previous management of the club, there was an agreement that they would lock the gate because they were concerned that either their patrons or their staff would be locked in because of the timing of when our security guard does the whole length of the gates that need to be locked. So I think that has somewhat come undone, that arrangement, because the management has changed, because the club closed during COVID. There's been a disruption to that. So we can put it on our security route to be done, but the timing may present some difficulties for the club.
Through you, if that's an issue, they could also have a key and they could let their staff out. So I think we're trying to cover ourselves both ways.
Yeah, and we can further investigate. Well, therefore, we have to put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, say aye. Against? Oh, sorry, we need a seconder. Thank you, seconded Councillor Werner. So the amendment, all those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Aye. Declare it lost. All right, I now put the original motion, which is on the screen with some, with a couple of extra. Oh, it's up there. All right, I put the original motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. We now move to the last motion, and then we've still got to go into confidential. So if we can make this quick, 10.8, notice of motion, Keep Australia Beautiful, moved by Councillor Cedric, seconded by Councillor McDougall. Any discussion?
I just wanted to propose one change with the Councillor Cedric's agreement to change number 4. That council, it's up there. Councillor, so rather than just give tube stock willy-nilly to all and sundry, that we actually have added to our event schedule 1 public tree planting event per ward in this calendar year, locations and dates to be recommended by council officers in consultation with ward councillors. So every ward we have a tree planting event. We've had them in Sir Joseph Banks Park on Mother's Day, for example. You plant one in Memoriam, Mother's Day, Father's Day, whatever. So we'll seek guidance. But I think that's a better use of the tube stock.
And that supports council's tree canopy approach. All right, you accept that amendment? All right, then.
Item number 3 that's up there. Well, the history of Clean Up Australia is that the council participates by going from big organised clean-up areas, provide a barbecue where it was necessary. Under COVID, that's changed dramatically.
Yes.
But I was involved in the one at Ramsgate for a few years now, and the council would come at a certain time. We would have our own barbecue going, and they would leave a few things and support us, what we're doing, leave bags and keep on going. So the council has got a big presence in what's going on, and I still don't understand what this thank you usable bags packed with a snack pack and water bottle means to volunteers. So you need 500 for us if you just come down to Ramsgate. So the economics haven't been done on this properly.
So
the way it's worked in the past is terrific, and I think we should just continue with the barbecue. There's an actual, if people don't know, we've actually got a truck with a barbecue at the back of it. It drives around, it unfolds its legs, it does whatever it does.
Yeah.
Does a barbecue for an hour, then goes to the next one.
So perhaps we consider that we also articulate where there is opportunities such as that when we put forward our calendar for Keep Australia Beautiful and say that.
That's raised through Clean Up Australia. They have their sites and we can have access to that information.
Yeah.
And they have Clean Up Australia during the week with the schools, other commercial ones. So there's a lot of activity around that weekend or the few days leading into that weekend.
All right, thank you.
I don't mind the barbecue idea. That was the original concept in that COVID came around. So they,
let's look at what's possible.
Yeah, either one's fine.
Yeah, we can look at both options and go from there. All right, all those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Are there any questions with notice?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Do you want me to read them?
Perhaps we'll take them as... It's getting very
I
late.
can read them quickly
Okay.
and I'll hand them up after that. I've actually provided a copy.
Well, maybe
Um,
they can put them on the screen, or is
Yes.
it? Oh, it's hard copy. Okay.
Okay.
That's all right.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to make it too easy for them. The management and lease of Angelo Anistis Aquatic Centre expires in less than 12 months, which will mark 6 years with the current operator. Could the General Manager please advise what has been put in place to ensure a smooth transition for either renewal with the current contractor, calling for tenders, consideration of council running the facility, or any other option that will ensure equitable access to the centre by all who wish to use it? Given the current lease expires in January 2023, a response to this question would be very much appreciated at the next council meeting if possible. Question 2. The January edition of Bayside News under the heading Bayside Snapshot shows photos described as council workers undertaking footpath reconstruction works in Bexley North and Carlton. As there are streets in Bexley North with houses dating from the late 1930s and early 1940s that have never had footpaths on either side of the street, can the General Manager please advise when these streets, where a number of residents are elderly and cannot ambulate on uneven surfaces, can look forward to construction on a footpath on one side of the street, with particular attention but not limited to Handley Avenue, Maynard Avenue, Miller Avenue, Middleton Avenue and Canonbury Grove from Ellerslie Road to Bexley Road. Question 3. In Caledonian Street, Bexley, there are 2 signs, one of which is near the roundabout at Dunmore Street North, indicating an Australian Government Black Spot program with the project managed by Bayside Council. 2 sets of bolt-down rubber speed humps have been installed along the Caledonian Street between Dunmore Street North and Queen Victoria Street. Could the General Manager please advise the extent of the black spot funding and what was installed with such funding, apart from the 2 speed humps mentioned, and whether any additional traffic calming measures are planned for the streets surrounding and near Seaforth Park, in particular Dunmore Street North, and if so, provide details on timeframes for delivery.
Thank you,
Thank
Councillor Hannah. Councillor Werner.
I've got some quite general questions with notice.
Have you submitted them by email yet?
I haven't, but who do I send them?
I was just going to say then they can appear on the screen straight away. But if you're happy to submit them, and then unless
so I've got Fausto and Meredith. Should I send it to you, or who do I send
to Fausto?
Fausto. Okay, so I'll just
Mr. Soot.
I have sent them to Mr. Soot, and
all right.
And I can read them out as well. They're quite general.
Okay.
Yeah. So some works in our local parks have a review of environmental factors, and in this review, there is the usage of that facility is given. How is such usage of our local parks measured? Next question is, what risk mitigation measures are in place to lessen impacts on heritage trees and heritage walls from development in local parks? Third question, what, if any, mitigation measures is Council planning for heat impacts of developments in Bayside parks? And Council submits a report called The State of the Environment to the New South Wales Heritage Office annually. Is this a public document, and if so, where can it be found?
Thank you, Councillor Werner. All right, councillors, that brings us to item number 12, which is where we need to move into closed session. So in accordance with section 10A4 of the Local Government Act and Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I invite members of the public to make representations as to whether or not this part of the meeting should be closed to the public to consider the confidential items. It appears they've left. There being no representations, I move that council closes the meeting to the public for the reasons outlined in the report. Is there a seconder to that motion? Seconded.
Okay.
All right, for anyone that's listening, we have just been in confidential session. We are now moving back to open meeting. I call on the General Manager to announce the resolutions carried in the closed session, which referred to item 12.
Yes, it's that. Yeah. Thank you. Through the Mayor. The recommendation from the confidential meeting is that, 1, the General Manager be granted the delegated authority outlined in the delegated authority section of confidential attachment 1 to this mayoral minute in order to complete all actions associated with submitting an expression of interest by the closing date for the purchase of the identified property and be authorised to undertake all required actions. And 2, that council be provided with an update on the matter at a future meeting.
Thank you, General Manager. Well, thank you, councillors, and I now declare